I'm going to get the proceedings underway, and so I declare open this public hearing of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water for the inquiry into the transition to electric vehicles. Today the committee is meeting in Brisbane. In accordance with the committee's resolution, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will also be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the committee. With me, Dr. David Gillespie, the Deputy Chair, and we may have some other members online as well. And as they come on, I'll introduce them. I now welcome the Queensland Government representatives to give evidence today. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Mr. Andrew Mann, Deputy Director General, Department of Transport and Main Roads.
Thank you.
David Schenke, Deputy Director General, Department of Energy and Climate.
Thank you for that. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. We do have your submission, but I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to some questions. Whoever would like to do that.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and Committee. And as mentioned, my name is Andrew Mann. I'm the Deputy Director General of Policy, Planning and Investment Division at the Department of Transport and Main Roads. And of course, with me is David Schenke, Deputy Director General of Energy at the Department of Energy and Climate. And we thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today and welcome you to Queensland. The Queensland Government acknowledges its central role in our collective journey to net zero emissions by 2050 and the important role of electric vehicles in achieving this. Increasing zero-emission vehicle uptake continues to play an important role in contributing to the Queensland Government's target of net zero emissions by 2050, with interim targets of 30% below 2005 levels by 2030 and 75% below 2005 levels by 2035. Significant work is underway across the Queensland Government to achieve these targets and support the transition to EVs, as demonstrated by the release of the $55 million Zero Emission Vehicle Strategy 2022 to 2032 and Action Plan and the $62 billion Queensland Energy and Jobs Plan. We know transport is the second highest emitting sector in Queensland, accounting for 17% of the state's emissions, a number that is expected to increase without appropriate interventions. The Queensland Government recognises the critical role of EVs and alternative fuels and technologies in achieving both state and federal emissions reduction and renewable energy targets. It is clear Queensland businesses and households also recognise their important role in emissions reduction, with uptake increasing rapidly, with over 47,000 full battery EVs and over 115,000 hybrid vehicles now registered in the state across all vehicle classes. The launch of the Queensland Zero Emission Bus Program in March 2023 aims to transition all new buses in southeast Queensland to zero emissions commencing from 2025. To meet this target, engagement is underway across the Queensland Government with industry to deliver new zero emission buses, build new depots, upgrade existing depots and help transition industry to new technology. The Queensland Government recognises that without productive collaboration between all levels of government, a successful transition to EVs will not be achievable. The Queensland Government continues to support the active role of the Australian Government in facilitating the transition to EVs across four key areas: accelerating EV uptake, particularly relating to improved supply and demand and the perceptions and viability of owning an EV; providing leadership and action towards establishing the appropriate authorising environment through standards, policy and regulation; supporting industry in addressing the associated barriers and impacts of and harnessing opportunities associated with the EV transition to deliver the resources, systems, programs and infrastructure required; accelerating supporting the rollout of charging infrastructure and energy supply, particularly in regional and remote areas. And the Queensland Government's submission provides practical examples of how we can work together and the Australian Government can support that change along the way. The Queensland Government is grateful for the opportunity to talk to you today and present at the hearing, and we look forward to continued collaboration and your questions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Mr. Shanky, did you wish to add anything to that?
No, thank you.
No. Okay, well, once again, thank you for appearing before the committee and also for your submission. Can I just kick off with a couple of questions? And one of them is to do with the electric superhighway. Would you be able to discuss with us or with the committee what the Queensland Electric Superhighway is, and in particular, what role does the Queensland Government play in the project? And can you also discuss any issues encountered with respect to upgrading the electricity grid infrastructure needed to supply the superhighway?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to give you some information on that, and I'll hand over to my colleague David to talk about the grid element of your question, if I might. Yep. The Queensland Electric Superhighway is a collaborative delivery approach between our two departments, led by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. We currently have approximately 48 sites currently up and running of the 53 we intend to deliver by the end of this year. And that ranges all the way up the Bruce Highway out to Mount Isa and a whole range of other locations to ensure that we can reduce the risk of people running out of charge in their vehicles and provide a base supply for the community moving forward. Each charging site has multiple chargers at different volumes to enable different charging rates, and they've been incredibly successful, particularly in our high volume areas, to encourage people for that take up. I might hand over to David to talk about the energy grid, but in addition to the superhighway, we also have a number of other programs that are underway. The second is our $10 million co-fund scheme. We have a number of sites that are currently being delivered by private partners who have invested in that, and that 10 million's achieved around $24 million worth of investment along the way. We now have 10 of the planned 46 co-fund sites up and running, and that's a model we're exploring further into as we move forward. And of course, there is other investment that David might want to talk about in relation to the Queensland Energy and Jobs Plan and some of the testing that's going on there, if I can hand over.
Sure, thank you.
David Schenke. I think the goal of the electric superhighway when we started it was really just to raise the profile of electric vehicles and charging, because it started way back in 2015. That's when it started to be rolled out. And, you know, at that time, there was very few electric vehicles on the road. We were just sort of starting this transition, and we just wanted to make sure that people were aware that sort of charging was possible and it would be available. So we were looking for really public places where we could do this installation, to do the installation of charging, and also directly confront the issue of range anxiety that people have, so that people would have some level of confidence that they could travel across Queensland in an electric vehicle. Now, of course, that people don't, you know, range across Queensland every day in their, you know, in their electric vehicles. They mostly use their charging at home. But we wanted to, this was a way of demonstrating that EVs could work in our society, that we could cope with those long ranges. And we had to sort of strategically find locations that we could place them across Queensland. So we did look for places that were major tourist centres, major towns along the Bruce Highway, and make sure that the distance between those facilities was such that people could drive, you know, with their car and get there all in one day and with one charge. We had to then look for public places where people would see them, and also look for parts of the grid where we could safely install them and the grid was able to cope with them. The superhighway is run on a not-for-profit basis. So Eureka, which is one of our government-owned corporations, arranges the charging and arranges the pass-through of costs, and you know, it's not a lucrative business at the moment, but that wasn't the point of the electric superhighway. It was, as I said at the outset, it was just to demonstrate that this could be done, and to kind of build public confidence in this transition. How we think about charging in the long run is much more that there are 2 million households in Queensland and they have multiple power points in their homes, and that they are able to charge every day on those facilities. And the electric superhighway was much more about a confidence building exercise.
Thank you for that. Before I hand over to the Deputy Chair, could I just clarify a couple of things? The 48 out of the 53 sites that you've already got underway, could I assume that they are reasonably well spread throughout Queensland?
They are, Chair. So they're spread all the way from the Gold Coast all the way up to Cairns along the Bruce Highway, as I mentioned, out to locations like Longreach, Mount Isa, along the Flinders Highway, and a number of other locations across the state to try and get the broadest possible range that we could. And largely, as David said, it's to build confidence, but also invest in locations where investment may not have come from the private sector quickly, and to build the profile and availability so that people in regional Queensland would also be incentivised to purchase electric vehicles should they wish to.
And my other question was, with respect to those sites, to date, has there been any problems encountered with them? And I'm referring to whether vandalism, breakdowns, or the like.
We haven't had major vandalism issues, which has been obviously very positive. They're quite visible and very public in the locations that they are for a number of reasons, but one of them safety, but certainly visibility is important around accessibility and making sure people know where they are, of course.
Yep.
We have encountered along the way challenges in some really remote locations around grid and the ability for power to get to the facilities. And so we have had to make some small adjustments along the way where we might have had to move a location, or a particular township that might be very small hasn't been able to support with their grid, and so we've moved to another township. But we've always maintained that we need to continue to have those locations good distances apart so that people, as David said, could travel between locations and between townships with confidence that they're not likely to run out on a charge during the day. So we have had challenges along the way, of course, but as I said, in a lot of locations we are working with fairly remote locations. When you think about Western Queensland, no different to some of the other larger states and really remote locations, we always encounter challenges along the way that we perhaps don't anticipate, but we've been able to manage those. From a maintenance perspective and from the perspective of any breakdowns and so forth. Again, we have had some instances of that occurring, but we've been able to monitor that and jump on top of those issues relatively quickly. And we get good community feedback as well whenever there's a challenge or whenever there's an issue. But Eureka, who manage the process under David's department, certainly keep us well informed on how that's tracking.
Yeah, I would just add, I think, to that when they first started rolling out, the technology wasn't quite as mature, and it has sort of improved over time. And so the earlier installations had more technical issues than the later ones, and so that's something that is improving. Most of the usage, as you can imagine, on the electric superhighway, I think, is at Slacks Creek that is the most used installation. But the second phase of the electric superhighway was also going into Western Queensland, and it has just lower usage rates, just less cars going past there. And so, one of the concerns is, of course, that, if you've got very limited charging in an area, you have to have a fairly rapid response to repair. And some of those are difficult to get to, or more difficult. It might take a day or so to get the repair out there, which is sort of different from the city where you can be there within the hour.
I might also add, Chair, in addition to what David said, we've also seen a rapid increase in the expectations around charging volume. So a lot of our charging facilities in the earlier phases were 22 kilowatt systems, a 22 and a 50 kilowatt system. That's moved fairly rapidly to 75, and we now have a number of systems that are 120 plus kilowatts on that network. So we're also managing multiple different types of devices across the network as that technology and evolution occurs rapidly over the last few years.
Thank you. David.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I was similarly interested in the superhighway. I was just wondering, is it like they don't call it the superhighway, but in WA they have remote electric chargers, but they're actually charged via a diesel generator
Right.
to electricity to the car. What's the makeup of your one? Are they mains connected, or are they similar? Have you got a mix of that? David, you might know.
No, I mean, so WA has a much lower grid penetration across the state. So there is only really Perth, and then there's the mining kind of grid associated with that. Whereas Queensland has a very sort of strong grid all the way up the coast, and going west, which is sort of built in the 60s and 70s. So all of our chargers are present on some sort of grid connected scheme. We do have some remote communities as well that are not on the grid. So, you know, like a community like Weipa or further west like that. The customer's experience is similar to a grid because it's a microgrid. So it's not a standalone charger connected to a...
So those microgrids, is that a diesel grid in the remote areas?
Yes. So we are over time transitioning those to... lots of them have some component of solar at the moment. Over time, we are looking to increase the amount of batteries that are deployed there. But yes, for our standalone power systems, as we might call them, yes, diesel would be the part of the backup for that.
Yeah. And the other thing is your battery industry strategy. I've got a couple of quick ones.
Yep.
On separate things, but so you can time your responses. I was keen to hear how much you're investing in, primary battery manufacture here in Queensland, or any, and battery energy storage systems that are publicly funded. And the other thing is more practical about your very ambitious plans. I noticed that by 2036 you want to have 100% EVs. That would be, even 50%. There's no country in the world that's been able to get anywhere near that, and a lot of them are backtracking as fast as they can. I was just wondering, are you open to reviewing this sort of huge percentage of EVs penetration?
I think your final question there, Deputy Chair, would probably be a question for the government, as in our ministerial government, around their ambitions. We'll certainly implement their ambitions as best we can, but David might be able to answer your questions around the battery storage and the ambitions in the Queensland Energy and Jobs Plan in that respect.
Yeah.
So we do have a battery industry development strategy, and it's produced by our colleagues in state development. I believe I might have to get information about it. I believe it's a $100 million strategy, but I will have to get the information around that. It is working in partnership with the federal government, because they have sort of a battery precinct identified in Gladstone, and so the two levels are trying to work together to facilitate a battery development, battery manufacturing projects up there. So Queensland, we're not a lithium state, unlike WA. We do have resources in vanadium, and we have some cobalt as well. But it is the flow type of batteries which are the vanadium style batteries, which are the real opportunity for Queensland. They aren't a car battery. It would be a power system battery. But we have good vanadium resources in the northwest, and we have the government has funded a processing facility in Tynesville, and of that vanadium, and it is looking to partner with battery manufacturers to sort of close that loop. You know, the challenge here around, and I think I would have to sort of clarify that I think that the 100% targets are around the sale of cars. I'm not sure that they're around, you know, the full fleet being transitioned at that time. You know, I would say that the landscape has significantly changed now that Australia is not manufacturing cars. Because the number of EVs that are now coming on the market is pretty extraordinary, and if customers are driven primarily by price, which we think that they are, it would appear that transition is you know, that point where the electric vehicle is cheaper than the petrol vehicle is coming soon. Is coming soon, even on the upfront price. So, if consumers are motivated by a whole range of things, range anxiety being one of them, but if they are only motivated by price, it does sort of feel that problem is going to be changed. Is that tipping point is happening very soon.
Yeah, okay.
If I may add, Deputy Chair, in addition to your question around the volumes, David is correct in that it's about sale and ambition by 2036. We have seen a significant number and a significant increase in the last 2 years alone. If we look at the numbers in Queensland, and obviously every state's different, but we're seeing significant increases in not only the number of electric vehicles, full electric vehicles on sale, but the uptake in Queensland. We've gone over the last 2 years from around 9,000 vehicles to, as I mentioned earlier, over 47,000 in a 2-year window. Now that's still a small portion of the total market, but you're talking about saturation of new vehicles, and of course that takes time for the entire fleet of, we have over 5 million vehicles across Queensland, to slowly saturate that market in relation to those. But we do have a number of manufacturers, of course, that are only selling EV vehicles now in Queensland and every other state, with BYD, Tesla and Polestar being those three, but there's a number of others that are also entering the market.
Also on the buses, what sort of electric buses are you planning? The Chair and I visited Korea and Japan, and they're very advanced with their hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, but they have them heavily subsidised. Like the government pays 75% of the price of the vehicle, and they've got 5,000. So that's heavy vehicles and buses in Korea, and they've got 14 hydrogen complexes, but it's all heavily government subsidised. It's part of Queensland government's plan to do a similar thing, because otherwise it won't appear to happen. If it can't happen in Korea without subsidies, how on earth is it? And they make batteries, and they make electric vehicles, and they've got the whole supply chain. So I'm just trying to get a sense of the reality of the plan and the ambition of the plan. There seems to be a lot of bits missing between the plan and making it all happen.
So we're currently investing in Queensland in obviously electric buses, but also hydrogen in that space, and David could probably talk about the broader hydrogen piece across Queensland. We are looking at largely electric, and we do, through our service level contracts with our bus operators, have provisions in that for new bus replacement. So there is a payment through that mechanism, of course, through their service contracts for our bus operators. And so that's part of the puzzle, and we already do that for existing previous bus types, diesel buses, for example. So we'll continue to do that, and we do have a market in Queensland, which we're very lucky to have, around bus manufacturing, and we're investing obviously energy into that around how do we make sure that market is ready from next year to commence delivery of electric buses for our fleet. And we do, of course, have quite a number of electric buses already on our fleet, which is good to see. I don't have the exact numbers for you right now, but I can certainly provide that. Sure. So that'll be commencing, as I mentioned, from next year, and that is through our service contracts with those bus operators, because we, of course, like most jurisdictions, outsource our bus delivery and bus servicing to individual contractors. Sure. David might be able to touch on, if you can, on any broader hydrogen impacts across the sector.
Yeah, I think similar to most countries and states, we were probably technology ambivalent, wanting a low carbon outcome, but wanting to sort of see which of the batteries or hydrogen, how would they cost compete. It is becoming clearer and clearer that it is batteries that are winning in the transport sector and out-competing hydrogen at a very rapid pace. For us, how we are now sort of thinking about that and thinking about the opportunity in buses is very much around buses have their most intense use in the early morning period and are then available to charge during the day. So what we are looking at, and during the day in Queensland, is when we have, and similar to WA and other states, when we have a huge excess of solar supply, and actually critically a bit of an issue emerging around very low demand, because there's so much solar on residential and schools and that kind of thing that we just don't have enough demand in the system. So we do see an opportunity with buses which are to coordinate an additional load on the energy system, which would hopefully benefit those users, because it would be a low cost supply, but also ensure that we are increasing demand on the network when we actually need it, which is during the day. So yeah, I'm not sure when you were in Korea and was it this year or yeah. It's fascinating to see how this hydrogen versus batteries is playing on in different technologies. I think the last remaining uncertainty is probably big trucks, on whether batteries can triumph there. But from obviously small scooters, passenger vehicles, trade vehicles, buses, couriers, it does seem like batteries are winning in all of those sectors from a price point of view.
And just to clarify, Deputy Chair, sorry, we are out to market at the moment for the electric bus manufacturing. So for next year, so that's a significant step for us, but because we're currently tendering for that. And David did mention heavy vehicles as well. Of course, we do have. Later this year, Brisbane City Council is rolling out the metro articulated metro vehicles. They're fully electric with charging locations around the city. But in mentioning heavy vehicles, in Queensland, Volvo is manufacturing obviously heavy vehicles and leaning heavily into electric technology around what that can do for heavy vehicles. And so a number of states are, of course, testing those vehicles across the country because they are heavier than your standard heavy vehicle, but nonetheless that's an important onshore opportunity.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask, on the issue of the buses, what sort of range do you get when when the battery's fully charged?
I don't have the answer for you, I apologise. I don't know technically. That's part of the technical solution that will be provided for those buses. But I'll give you the example of the metro system that's commencing later this year, whilst they're a combination between a light metro and a bus combination type vehicle, they do require charging throughout the day because of the size of them. They're a significantly sized vehicle. And so they do have charging points throughout the network, which allows them to top up throughout the day so that they don't run on one single charge.
I'm trying to get my head around what sort of range they currently have.
Yeah, I don't have the answer for you, sorry, Chair. That's something we might be able to provide to you separately, if that's okay.
Okay. Could I just go back to the charging stations that we were talking about earlier on? On average, how long does it take for someone to recharge their car? Now, you talked about you've now got the 125 kilowatt systems, which I'd imagine would be faster, but what would you say the average time to recharge a car would be?
The average would vary across the range, but it could be anywhere, usually somewhere between that 10 and 30 minute range gives you enough charge to continue, certainly longer for the smaller charges, depending on how much charge they're trying to achieve. But if you're on a higher 120 plus kilowatt system, you would generally get 10 to 15 minutes would give you a decent charge to continue.
And are you able to tell us what is the cost per kilometre for recharging?
For kilometre, we charge by kilowatt.
I realise that, but for the user,
Yep.
you know, what is it per kilometre? When they do a comparison with the cost of petrol or diesel, whatever they're using,
We can work that out for you. Yeah.
do you mind?
Yeah, I can do some calculations.
And is there a uniform cost,
Some assumptions.
at each charging station for how much in terms of what you charge for recharging?
Yeah. So not all of the. It's important to recognise that. Well, let's even if you're on your home charger.
Yep.
You have a different charging rates.
Depending on the time of the day.
Time of the day.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but surely there's an average there somewhere.
Yes, but that often applies also to the public chargers, that it will be slightly different at different times of the day.
Yep.
And particularly the private chargers that we have on the network, they'll be trying to manage their demand and that kind of thing. So, but for the Ergon chargers or for our chargers that we have, they're kind of a flat rate. It's an issue that we are still thinking through because price signals to consumers are very unpopular, and you know. We are trying to sort of think through, particularly say for the home devices that people have, is it better to have some sort of control and smart meter related control on that time of charging rather than a different rate? Now, AGL, for example, offers free charging for EVs at your home during the day if they can do that level of control and switch it off during peak times. So it is going to be very interesting how this plays out, but at the moment there are some price signals in the EV charging, just on power use generally, and we do see that being transferred over to EVs. What we are interested in is whether the use of technology can get rid of that, or get rid of that concern for consumers. In other words, that they can be safely plug in at a particular time, set up their car to only charge at the cheapest rate that it will, so that if that means that it's not charging for 15 or 20 minutes or for a couple of hours, they can just leave it in overnight and it will be fully charged at the end of the day or by the next day. It just won't have been charging for 15 to 20 minutes during that period. So yes, there are price signals there, but looking for ways that technology will take that concern away from consumers.
We do, however, Chair, on the Queensland Electric Superhighway system, the government-owned system, there is a set rate per kilowatt, which I just got clarified for you. On the fast charging systems, it's 55 cents per kilowatt. So we have a set fee for the Queensland government-owned system, but as David mentioned, on everything else that's across the network, there's no set or average that is seen, as it varies across for different reasons.
So in comparison, your home rate might be around 24 cents per kilowatt.
Okay. One other question. Given their ambitious plan to have more electric vehicles on the road over the next decade or so, what, if any, support is the government giving to what I would call the vulnerable sectors of our community who can't afford to buy a new vehicle but you might want to encourage them to do so. Is there an assistance program of some sort?
We have, Chair, and interestingly, a very good and timely question, because we've actually just completed our zero emission rebate scheme. So we kicked off our zero emission rebate scheme in 2022, in the middle of 2022. It was estimated to be around a 3-year scheme at $45 million. It initially started with a $3,000 support for people who bought an electric vehicle under the $58,000 threshold.
Yep.
We increased that to $68,000 halfway through the scheme, and we increased the rebate to $6,000 halfway through the scheme, and $3,000 for businesses. So $6,000 for individuals and $3,000 for businesses. We've literally, as of Monday night this week, exhausted that scheme. That is completed. We've spent the money
Really?
Nearly a year in advance. Which is very, very, very positive. We've seen a significant uptake, and we've supported well over 9,000 businesses and families to get into the market at that lower cost end of a new electric vehicle. Now, there was obviously conditions with the scheme. The vehicle had to be new. It had to be under that threshold. We did increase it to 68,000, as I mentioned, about halfway through that scheme. Because of the availability, we want to make sure there was more vehicles available. And as you would well and truly be aware, what we've seen is the market has changed and shifted dramatically in the last couple of years, and the prices have dropped significantly, where there's a large range of electric vehicles now in that sort of $45,000 to $60,000 range that are much more competitive with internal combustion engine vehicles.
Okay. Do you have any other
Yeah,
questions?
just a couple of more questions, followed by an observation. Have you, mainly to Mr. Shanky, with the grid, with your uber ambitious plan to get a really world-beating penetration of EVs into the market, have you modelled how much extra energy you would need to facilitate that?
We are looking at new sources of demand and what it means for the grid all the time. And so we do sort of see this wave of additional demand or changing demand as similar to, well, we would think about air conditioning in a similar way, and we would think about data centers in a similar way. And so we think of we would group those three together as possible new demands that we would have. And obviously in an industrial sense, we think about hydrogen as well, and what that means for the grid. The difference between air conditioning, data centers and hydrogen and EVs is that we think a lot more can be done to shift that demand to times when there is excess energy. So we see data centers and as air conditioning is inflexible, like people will just switch them on when they need them, which is often as soon as you get home from work. Whereas EVs we do sort of see as working with the grid and working with the times that we are able to have excess energy.
Sure.
So we do look at it continually.
But have you quantified it?
It depends on the assumptions that you would make. And those assumptions, we would probably share the same assumptions that we would have that are in the AEMO data.
Sure.
And we might have some tweaks here and there. But that when you combine the level of, because we just really think about, can we meet that peak demand that is at 6 o'clock at night or when the system is really needing it? And when you combine energy efficiency and some of those other aspects and that ability to control, we are not over anxious about it in comparison to those other new demands.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Look, I was going to say it wasn't a Dorothy Dixer for you. I just thought you might have had a number that if you're going to change by 50% all your transport to electric and then 100%. We actually had a submission. It's public document, so you could go and have a read. It has been modelled in 2019. This is from a Queensland University trained Australian who works for the Geological Survey of Finland. He's done a great submission, which I recommend you would find fascinating. But basically 265.1 terawatt hours is what Australia generated in 2019, and using all Australian figures to power up 100% of the transport system, you'd need another 86.8 terawatt hours, which is close to a quarter of the whole current generating capacity increase, which makes it seem like so unrealistic. So can I just recommend?
I will.
Yeah,
I mean, because
fascinating.
we are.
You don't have to pay a consultant. It's all there. It's
Yes.
a public document.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it depends on his assumptions, and it depends on when.
Oh yeah, it's all in there.
Okay. Yeah. And when he's predicting that power will be used.
Yeah. Okay. And the other thing is, you mentioned the rebates have all finished.
Correct.
Is there a plan, or has anyone got a budget anywhere in Australia that can afford to keep subsidising 20 million cars? Because that's the number of cars that we've got now, and if we're going to change over to an electric vehicle fleet, like Germany was planning to do that, Mercedes was going to make 100% cars, and Britain was, but they've abandoned that because they've sort of reached a plateau, and all the adopters have already bought the cars, but the average punter, it's not in their radar.
There isn't a scheme at present. So as I mentioned, the scheme has completed, and we don't have a new scheme at this stage, or a different scheme that might support that. I think there is an opportunity for us to look at how do we support particularly the second-hand market, because we're at the moment, because of earlier adoption and new vehicle fleets and vehicles being relatively new and young in age, we haven't yet seen what that creates for a second-hand market like we would in every other type of vehicle. And so that's a real challenge for us collectively.
That's a really good point.
To work towards how do we support that second-hand market? How do we make sure that maintenance of vehicles and warranties and all of those sort of things that we've sort of taken for granted, if you like, in the older style of vehicle, the ICE style vehicles, how do we make sure that continues, and what do we see out of those vehicles in the coming years? Because that will play a critical role, particularly for lower socioeconomic families and communities who can't buy a new car regardless of the price. Will be looking to adopt to find opportunities to save costs down the track. So there's work for us to do, Deputy Chair, collectively across the Australian and state.
Yeah, we're getting pushback in New South Wales already on that issue. Yeah.
We've just about run out of time. Is there anything else you wanted to present to the committee that perhaps we haven't touched on that you think is important?
No, I don't.
No, we'll just supply that references to the Queensland Battery Industry Strategy. It's 570 million
Over
for
5
years. But we'll make sure we've got the information to you on that.
All right. Well, can I thank you, Mr. Mann and Mr. Shanky, for appearing before the committee today. And if you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by Friday, the 27th of September. And you will also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. If you feel you need to make any changes or alterations to that, again, just contact the Secretariat. Once again, thank you very much for your appearance.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
I now welcome witnesses from ACE EV Group and Janus Electric to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Who would like to go first?
Gregory Bruce McGarvey, Managing Director, Australian Clean Energy Electric Vehicle Group, and President of EMMA, Electric Mobility Manufacturers Australia.
Thank you.
Alexander Cameron Forsyth, CEO of Janus Electric.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. With that statement, can I ask if either of you would like to make an opening statement? We do have yours. You didn't make a submission, I don't think. But anyway, if you'd like to make an opening statement, then we'll just go into a discussion.
Yeah, and what we'll do is I'll make a bit of an opening statement because I'm sort of more light commercial.
Yep.
And sorry, Lex is heavy commercial, and they're both critical for Australia's future. Okay, well, look, I'm appearing here today as a grandfather. I've got 10 grandchildren. And I'm really keen that they have an opportunity in the future with new and exciting jobs. And my great fear is that the way Australia's doing things, we're going to still remain a country that just mines things and has industries associated with mining. And I've come to that conclusion with 8 years of trying to set this business up in Australia. And what we took was an approach that we think is a smart strategy. Australia does smart things, but unfortunately, most of those smart things go offshore. Wi-Fi is an example. Integrated circuit, solar. We've done some smart things now we want to keep onshore. Our company is made up, it's an Australian company, has a director out of Stuttgart, Germany. He was involved in the prototype of the smart car. So what we've done is board on those smarts. And our focus now is to bring as much smart technology and people to our table to share with us, to leverage that for future opportunities. And it's not being recognised. The NRF, National Reconstruction Fund, spent a lot of time trying to get support. Doesn't work. There will need to be a legislative change if advanced manufacturing is really to take off in Australia, because the assumptions, from what I understand, the feedback I've got, is that it'll support things that are uniquely Australian, but nothing's unique in Australia. We need to take things that exist and improve on them. And so this time next week, I'm flying to Germany. We're launching a vehicle with an international joint venture partner. They bring the tech to the table that could be for Australia, that would bounce us ahead of Elon Musk. And we want to launch the right-hand drive version, have it manufactured in Australia later this year. But as I said, the support isn't there. And so after Germany and the meetings there, the high-level meetings, we've developed an energy management device, which you can ask me more questions about later on. But I noted before you're talking about grid problems with EVs. This device is global leading, it's Australian, and it has solutions for that. It also has solutions for road user fees. Again, not recognised in Australia. After Germany, I head to Dubai. They've already invited us over there. Their focus is 2030, doubling their advanced manufacturing. They see us as an opportunity to do that. I want to do it in Australia, but it's very hard. So that's my opening statement. There's probably plenty of questions you'll have later on. And Lex, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We founded Genesis Electric here in 2020 in Berkeley Vale on the central coast of New South Wales. We are the only Australian EV truck manufacturer that actually builds the battery, the charge stations and the electric trucks onshore here in Australia. All Australian engineering, all Australian ingenuity and manufactured right here in New South Wales. My major concerns for the adoption of EV vehicles is that no one is recognising the transport sector and electric trucks as probably the industry-leading sector. Given that 17% of all of our emissions come from the transport sector and mainly that coming from the heavy vehicle sector, it was a poor form to see that the EV policy was released by the federal government and did not recognise electric trucks as part of the strategy. My major concerns around the EV sector is we have inefficient charging networks where there's been millions of dollars designated to charging stations right around the country that are being utilised 2% of the time. These charge stations are focused on cars, not on trucks. So there's a handful of charge stations that you can actually get a semi-trailer into to recharge. and hence it led us to a different way of thinking about energy. The problem with our EV charging networks is that we think there's a magic pipeline that runs back to a fuel refinery. If you compare it to petrol, there's storage at the site where you get the energy. None of our EV networks have been built with effective storage so that you don't put pressure on the grid and you actually utilise the grid's energy when it's available. We don't have a grid in Australia. We have the longest transmission line in the world. Unfortunately, we don't think that way, and we don't think about how we best utilise our infrastructure. It is underutilised for 18 hours of the day. There is a peak in the Australian grid between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. at night, and that is when most of our households need that energy. We need to look at other lessons around the world. If you go to Amsterdam, they had to dig up the local grid to supply enough power for the highest population per capita of Teslas in the world in any capital city, because they were browning out their suburbs. We need to have storage attached to our electric vehicle networks, and we need to utilise our grid at 100% of the time for 24 hours of the day. Genesis developed a swappable battery for electric trucks, and we have the world's heaviest electric truck in operation in Australia, in Western Australia, 215 tonnes. So there is no misconception that electric trucks can do the freight task here in Australia. The other piece is a common platform for legislation that is not state-based, it's a national policy, rather than states having different interpretations of the ADRs, and also vehicle access to roads is the biggest focus. That's it for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth, and Mr. McGarvey for your comments. There's lots of questions that arise from all of that. Can I start with you, Mr. McGarvey? You said there should be some legislative changes.
Yes.
Give me an example of what you'd be suggesting.
I'm working with the head of innovation, previous head of innovation for Holden. He developed 6 electric vehicles in the late 90s. Brent Dankins-Ryder, who's in international business development for GMH, or was. Yep. And they have put together a strategy which is called the Focus on Apex Industry. Apex Industry, any nation that is doing well has automobile as its apex industry. Any company that's doing well has auto as its apex industry because it's so complex with all the different parts to it. Tesla's a good example. Germany, Japan. Australia ditched their opportunity, but it's coming back. And EVs are so simple in terms of a technology and cost compared to the traditional ICE or fossil fuel vehicles. And we have aggregated the technology. We can set up tomorrow here in Australia, and with joint venture partners that bring high-level technology to the country. We've got a contract with Woolworths. We've already demonstrated our capabilities. We just have to need to go to the next step. Now, I probably skirted around your question a bit, didn't I?
You did. Yeah. When you say you've got a contract with Woolworths, a contract to do what?
We've built them vehicles.
To build the
on
vehicles.
the road now. Yeah.
So, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Yep.
you're currently assembling the light vehicles
Correct.
here in Australia.
Correct, light commercial. Yeah.
Light commercials. Can I ask where that come from?
Yes, yep. Well, it's a combination, as I said. We've got our German, Taiwanese directors.
Okay.
Taiwanese director's got a factory in Germany.
Yep.
We have our mould, not in Germany, in China.
China.
Yeah, we have our moulds sitting there. We want to bring them to Australia so we can start manufacturing here. The technology behind it is out of Stuttgart in Germany.
Yep.
And we're using, basically at the moment, a lot of Chinese components because China now is at the stage that Japan was just before Toyota really blossomed. And so the technology we're using is proven technology. It's been around since 2018. It's not available in Australia. Our strategy is to do what Holden and Ford did. At first, they bought components in, assembled. Then as the uptake increased, pipelines started. And that's where you get your apex industry forming. Pipelines of supply started with seat manufacturing, airbags, all those types of different things. Now, all of the people behind that have been bled overseas. They're in Vietnam, with Tesla, because there's nothing here. You would not believe the number of people that want to join us to come back and get things happening in Australia. And it's not expensive It's not expensive. We've done all the hard work already, and we've got contracts that are lining up. We just need someone like Tesla with Elon Musk. Probably people aren't aware, but the US government lent him $456 million to get started. Took him 15 years to pay back, but I think he paid back in spades. And what we're looking at really is 10 mil, a loan, any sort of loan, because what it does if it comes from government, it says to our international investors, this government's actually serious about advanced manufacturing and EV manufacturing. And the reality is if we do it here, it increases our security because we have our own transport. You can run it off the sun. No one can block your supply. Hope that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I guess the question then comes back to, if you do it here, would it still be price competitive against manufacturing in China or one of the other?
There'll be a small margin. It'll be a difference, admittedly. But I got flown by the Asia Development Bank to Georgia in 2018 to address them about our technology. And I said, why us? Australia's too expensive. They said, Greg, the thing about Australia, when product comes out of Australia, it's got about a 30% premium. So you could afford to charge up to 30% more and it'll still be accepted. Now, we've got the Kangaroo brand with our vehicle, and I'm in Dubai because of their interest. I've got India chasing me. I've got Thailand and Vietnam. And I want to do it here, but it's so hard. But where we source, we're sourcing the best quality, and then we want to improve on it.
Can I just go to Mr. Forsyth just for a moment? I'm interested in converting a diesel truck to an electric truck. Can you just take me through, in a simple way, what the process requires?
So the diesel truck drives in. We remove the diesel engine, air intake systems, exhaust systems, EPF, fuel tanks, all of that comes out. What Genesis has developed is essentially an electric crate motor with a transmission attached to it that we bolt directly into the front of the truck. What a lot of people don't realise is that Class 8 trucks are all manufactured to a manufacturing tolerance, so that multiple engine suppliers, multiple gearbox suppliers, axle suppliers can supply componentry to different trucks. When you take that into account, you can design a system that can bolt directly in, and it's as simple as taking the engine out. It takes us 3 weeks to do it from the truck driving in. We then put on our Genesis side receptacle, which is a receptacle that holds the batteries. It's a common form factor that fits 80% of all Class 8 trucks on the road at this point in time, is the way we've designed it, so that we have a common energy source for those trucks. And it's very simple. You just integrate directly into the systems that are in the truck. We've got fleets such as Cube and Cement Australia. Now, Cement Australia have 7 of our prime movers, Cube have 3, and another 10 on order. We've got 23 trucks that we've converted so far, and orders for another 150, because what it's doing is giving a second life to those trucks. If you look at the average age of the trucks around Australia, it's about 13.5 years for prime movers here in Australia. So they've gone through 2 or 3 diesel engine rebuilds in that time frame. What fleets are now looking at is going, well, we own the asset typically at the end of 5 years and we've got to do a diesel engine rebuild. Rather than do the engine rebuild, let's put an electric drivetrain in it and go to a zero emissions and extend the life of that vehicle and get a second and third life out of the vehicle that's zero emissions. The other challenge that the fleets have got as well too is that OEMs can only produce 5% of the replacement number of vehicles per annum in any jurisdiction in the world. So if you look at Australia, there's 130,000 prime movers registered.
How many?
130,000 prime movers registered in Australia. So Class 8, that's the larger trucks that are towing articulated vehicles.
Yeah.
It will take us 20 years if we start today to produce every one of them as zero emissions. Now, there is no manufacturer building zero emissions trucks in Australia at the moment, and everything is imported. So unless we start to look at this a little bit differently, there's no chance we're going to hit our 2030, 2040 and 2050 targets, because the OEMs can't even produce enough new vehicles to do that. So there's got to be a balance in the way that we approach it, and that's why we think conversion of existing fleet is a smart way of moving forward for those for us to be able to even get remotely close to hitting targets.
So when did you start doing this? How long have you been?
We've been going for 4 years. So we started in 2020.
Okay, so that's 4 years, gives you a reasonable understanding of how things are working with the conversions you've made. And so far, so good?
Yeah, we've had some small issues with our batteries, which we've resolved as part of the development process. We had a thermal incident with one of our batteries that was quite public, but we've resolved those issues moving forward. The technology in the drivetrain, no issues. Charge stations work very well. We've got 9 charge stations deployed around Australia. The other thing that we've developed is a software platform that sits over the top. So the big problem that electric vehicles face when you don't have an ecosystem that supports them is you don't know what energy those vehicles are using or when they may come in for a charge. The difference with our solution is we're tracking the kilowatt hours that a truck uses in real time, what our charge station's doing, what the grid is doing from a power generation point of view, and what batteries we have available all in real time so that we know when we need to have energy. At the moment, with the plug-in scenario, you don't know until the vehicle presents itself, and then it's a demand straight away. Whereas if you've got batteries that you can swap or even storage next to the charge station, you can mitigate that demand on the grid.
Where do you get your batteries from?
We import the cells out of China. So we import the cells out and we assemble them at our factory in Berkeley Vale.
Yep. David, I'll hand over to
Yeah,
you.
look, 2 very exciting presentations. Congratulations on both of you. Familiar with the smart car story. When I saw this, I thought, this looks like the smart car. So you answered the first thing.
I've proved it.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sitting down with Gerhard next week in Germany, so I'll tell him that.
Yeah. The other thing was, just so we're clear about
Certainly.
solar, I've heard this so many times, but you have to have a reality check. Clouds and dawn and dusk and nighttime block solar. That's the existential reality. When you average it out over a year, in Australia, we've got 300% more sun, almost, than Britain.
Yep.
But our average capacity factor for using solar cells is 24%.
Correct.
So I always try and encourage people to point out that this is an additionality system. Going electric is additional. We will still need diesel. But I take your point, Lex, about just plug in like you're filling a tank. You can't plan for that.
No.
There's no system big enough. You'd have to have your own nuclear plant set aside to just charge cars. I mean, France does that. They have plants set aside to run their train network. That's a rational response, but we're having enough trouble getting enough generation, let alone charging all the cars. But you offer some really practical things. So what I'm keen to say is, how much does it cost? Like, is it economic? I've got some really big trucking companies, and like they've got 450 plus trucks. So they've got a serious diesel problem.
Yes.
And they've got to build their own tanks because our diesel fuel supply system is so tenuous, it's skinny. It's a national emergency, but everyone's oblivious because we're used to just-in-time logistics.
Yeah.
But how quickly could we scale up all the old trucks and get them a fresh engine and have enough batteries for it to really make a difference? But because if we do have a fuel shortage or a fuel blockage, or there's conflict elsewhere in the liquid fuel network around the world, and there's plenty of places, the Middle East, the South China Sea, that's where all our fuel comes from. So your initiative, we could get some sovereignty. Can you expand on cost and expand on how we can scale it up?
Yes, I actually know the fleet you're referring to at Port Macquarie. I know Jim very well.
Yeah.
We did some early payback factors for Jim on converting some of his vehicles.
Yeah.
He has a 10-month payback on the difference between doing a diesel engine rebuild on one of his trucks and putting our system in.
Right.
The difference between the retrofit model and as opposed to fixed battery vehicles, we're $175,000 to convert a vehicle, and the batteries operate as a pool battery so that you rent the battery from the pool, so that you don't have the high capital cost of the battery infrastructure as part of the fixed battery on the vehicle, but it also allows you to get better utilisation. So it's a bit like a swap and go gas bottle model, where you just come in, change, and you continue on. In answer to your question around scaling up, it's a matter of availability of capital to invest in the manufacturing. With $100 million, we could have a plant that's doing 15 to 20 trucks a day here in Australia, quite comfortably.
Yeah.
But the problem is getting investment here in Australia. We have struggled for the total in time of our inception in trying to do that here in Australia.
But if we're trying to fix a sovereignty problem, we've got to be able to make the batteries.
True.
Is that $100 million to get a battery factory that would make these batteries here?
So I've got a joint venture partner that has a sodium ion technology that wants to come to Australia. It's a $350 million US investment to bring that technology here to Australia to build a 2 gigawatt plant. They're ready to do it, but they need...
Is that a 2 gigawatt energy generation or a 2 gigawatt a mega battery?
Battery. 2 gigawatts of battery per annum.
Made?
Yes.
Okay.
And can scale up to 8 with further
So
investment.
would your batteries that you do on the swap and go trucks, would they be sodium ion?
We're looking to transition to sodium ion.
So what have you got now, lithium ion?
We're using lithium ion NMC chemistry.
Yeah.
What's the difference, or what's the benefits?
The benefits of sodium ion, they don't have thermal runaway. They have a much better cycle life. They have higher discharge and charge rates, so they have 5C charging and 5C discharge if required, and you're not needing nickel and cobalt to put in the batteries, and obviously there's no lithium in the batteries as well too. The challenge with lithium is the thermal incidents that can happen with lithium, and it's happening regularly around the world. Doesn't matter which manufacturer it is. There is challenges with lithium batteries that are there, and the other side with sodium ion is it's 100% recyclable.
Yeah.
That's the real difference.
So my chemistry, I remember sodium's quite explosive if you
all
put
reactive.
water with it. It's very reactive. So how do you not make that a risk with a sodium ion battery?
Yeah, it's all in the formulation. I could give you more information on that with an NDA, but I can assure you, with the penetration testing, there is no thermal event from penetration testing.
And between the swap and go, what's the range that you can get a fully laden B double or a fully laden just single?
Yeah, so single trailers are getting, in our applications, we're getting single trailers that are getting sort of 350 to 400 kilometres, depending on where they're operating. It takes 4 minutes to swap the battery.
Right.
So if you're looking at where drivers are taking fatigue breaks and set areas, it's a very simple process to swap. B doubles somewhere between 250 to 300. Right. And with the different, what I think people need to realise is that there is different chemistries that are becoming available with a greater energy density.
Yeah.
As they come, ranges are going to increase on electric vehicles, and that's the real difference. That is the advancement in electric vehicles is going to come in battery advancement, because we will get greater energy density, which will give further range.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard my comment about the electricity grid person before.
Yep.
That submission, I recommend you read it.
Yeah, I have.
Because he talked. Oh, you have. Yeah. Well, he talks about new types of batteries are required, which is just your point.
Yeah.
But he's getting a lot of pushback.
I think we need to factor in that we actually need to think of how we use energy differently in our grid. We keep talking about transmission. We lose 10% of what we generate automatically just in transmission. That's the conservative estimate. We've opened a charge station in Moorebank in the Lagos development down there, which is all rooftop solar. That can produce 65 megawatts of electricity on a daily basis, and they have only got the capacity to export 10 of that to the grid at the moment. The estate only uses 25 of that to run the full estate. So you've got an overflow of capacity in these industrial parks where we can utilise rooftop solar. In answer to your comment around solar panels, there is new technology out with solar panels that are 44% more efficient than the current ones on the market today. They are made out of Vietnam, and they charge on both the UVA and the UVB spectrum, So the clouds don't become an issue. You still get generation out of the panel. So there is a lot of advancements in technology that are coming that are going to support this transition if we think of it differently. We've got to stop thinking transmission. We've got to think about microgrids and community batteries, and how do we do that smarter rather than going big is better and build these beautiful big power lines everywhere. It's not the answer to the transition. And you want to build charging infrastructure where our transport sector is interacting. So going to these major industrial estates where you can cover the roof in rooftop solar and put in effective battery energy storage to be able to hold the energy and utilise it for a 24-hour purpose, rather than just thinking we can just plug into the grid and it's going to be okay.
Yeah, okay. So how, when you say a 24% efficiency, quicker charging or more time that they can charge?
24% in relation to
The capacity factor of a solar panel in Australia.
44% more energy generation capacity
During that 24% time.
in that 24 in the solar window in
So
the
it
generation
increases
time.
the solar window by 24% for all
Increases
the cloudy days, or just the conversion of sunlight into direct current.
is 44% greater than existing technology.
Right. And what is that technology?
It's a solar panel, but it utilises graphene in the panel,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they are 30% lighter than the existing panels. So our older industrial buildings
Yeah.
don't have the roof load issues for fitment to them. So
So they're lighter.
correct. So currently the plant in Vietnam is a 50,000 square metre rooftop generating 120 megawatts of electricity a day.
Yeah. And what backup system do they have?
They run a sodium ion battery energy storage system.
Right. So they're off grid?
They're off grid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to go see that.
Yeah,
I'll have to give you
happy
the
to arrange
details.
that for you. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I'm happy to bring the guys here to talk to you because we want to bring a battery plant to Australia.
Yeah.
But it's the interesting thing about Australia, if you think about our rail networks and going to electric trains on our freight tasks, some of the, one fleet we've been talking to, there's 9 gigawatts of batteries required just to do the electrification of their trains. There is a huge battery industry
And
that
when
can be
the
built in
internal
Australia.
workings of their trains?
No,
or-
just trains are diesel electric, so it's
Yep.
just a diesel generator running an electric motor. They're the most easiest thing for us to convert in Australia. You just take the diesel engine out and you put enough batteries on the trains to be able to do that, and it's very minimal loss of freight space on the train purely because of where they're operating and the tasks they're in. So some of the industries that will support our battery industry here is the transport sector in this transition from diesel to electric. Don't get me wrong, I don't believe we can get rid of diesel entirely. I come from the transport sector. My family's been in transport since the 70s, so I know trucks are in my blood. But if you're looking at freight tasks that are in our capital cities, our port regions, and even in sort of 350 kilometre radiuses of our capital cities, it makes sense for those trucks to be electric. It doesn't make sense for us to think that we're going to convert a cattle carter at Cloncurry running triples out into the outback from diesel to electric, or even hydrogen for that matter. That will not work. But in our capital cities, there's a great use case for it, and we're seeing anywhere between a 10 to 30% cost reduction for the freight operator in savings that they can achieve by going to electric as well.
Can I jump in there? Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Battery technology, EVs, if you think of the first mobile phone, what it was like, that's where we are at the moment with EVs. The technology is going to change so rapidly. Already one of our partners has a battery developed that's got a 1,000 kilometre range, 10-minute fill, and 1 million kilometre warranty. So, and
Is that in Germany or?
no, China.
Right.
Yeah. China is actually leading globally at the moment in everything. They're also doing what Lex has talked about, microgrids, because it means that it improves their security. They can't have their power or energy taken out.
Yeah.
There's 30,000 battery swapping prime movers in China now today. operating.
30,000.
30,000.
66,000 electric buses, 16 million electric vehicles. Their cities are already coming clean. You know, they're a bit like when COVID was here, how our cities were.
Yeah.
So that battery, Mr. McGarvey, that you're just referring to, is that already on the market?
Yes, it's not here in Australia,
Oh,
but it's
it's on the market in
yeah,
China.
yeah.
So you're going to put it in the smart car? In the
It'll be in our
kangaroo car?
It'll be in our next vehicle for Woolies if they want to run a long way. At the moment, the battery they've got's too big. They don't use it. But and I've just bought a Tesla the other day, and I'm setting myself up for retirement. I'm 72 now, but I've got solar on the house. I can run from Hervey Bay, which is 330 kilometres, to Brisbane. Cost me $2.56. The only ones that's missing out is the government with their road tax or road user fee, and the technology that we developed, and it was done with a Morrison government grant over in Paris. So smart that it can manage a road user fee, and no one will be any worse off. It's just the same as your
Yeah, I
house.
was going to ask you about the road user thing because that is an issue.
Yep.
I mean, EVs are getting stamp duty
Some of
leave
them are.
pass
Yeah.
and salary sacrificing, all those things. But the argument is, well, they're not paying diesel tax, and excise is a road user charge as, proxy.
Yes.
And we need a system to make sure electric vehicles, because they weigh a lot more and they actually do more damage to roads than internal.
Some of them do.
Yeah. So how is it? Is it just a timer on the?
No, smarter than that. You know, you've got the meter in your house.
Yeah.
Anything you use in the house, you get charged for. Well, this device we've developed is called an Australian Advanced Vehicle to Grid Mobile Energy Management Systems device. Smart meter, smart charger built into the car. It's white label. If we manufacture it here in Australia, we can export it and sell it to all the dumb EVs there at the moment, which all the dumb EVs are only those that just charge. The smart EV, you can plug it into your house, you can run your house off it, charge other cars, even sell energy into the grid. And that's what's been frustrating for me, because I've had the best people globally working on this, and no one in Australia gets it. I've tried to get meetings with Jim Chalmers, because he's probably the bloke that wants to see get some income from vehicles, and this is the most innocuous, sensible, easiest way to do it.
We got Wi-Fi enabled smart meters going in most houses.
Yes,
So you've got a car equivalent.
similar. Yeah.
Is it better?
Well, it will be better when it finish the full
So
product.
how much is a factory to make that? What do you reckon?
Our vehicle, the charge system, initially probably looking about $2,000.
Oh no, a factory to make it.
You mean the energy management system?
The
Yeah.
management.
Well, it'll be about the size of a small shoebox.
Yeah.
About $2,000. Oh, the factory. Sorry. Yeah. No, we're looking. I've got the figures.
There's lots of components, surely. It's not-
Look, what we did, the smart bit, is the software. The technology we used was from Watt and Wells. They do all the energy management systems for the space stations. And Miladen, I'm visiting him over in Paris next week. He's running our energy lab, or he was running it, where we developed the technology. And so to set a factory up, I think we're looking at 20 mil, something like that, because we were bringing a partner in with us, a smart partner.
I suspect France will grab that.
Say again?
France will probably grab that.
Well,
They just
maybe.
need Jim
well,
Chalmers urgently.
yeah, look, if you can, because I'd love to sit down. I just need to sit down to key advisors and actually get this.
Minister Husick,
Yeah,
line him up.
probably more Ed than Jim.
Well, even Ed, he's driven around in our car,
Yeah.
but I can't get through. I can't get through.
Mr. McGarvey, I'm very interested in the new battery that you're referring to, because to date, and we've had quite a few witnesses, no one has suggested that there was a battery out there that could do more than 300-400 Ks. So you're saying
But they're talking present, you see. Yeah.
I can tell you now.
Present in
that
Australia.
there's something there that'll do double that, and it's in prototype form in the US at the moment. I've seen it,
okay, prototype, fair enough.
and it exists. and it's 5-minute charging, 2,000 mile range.
2,000 mile range.
Yeah.
But even the 1,000 Ks is double, more than double what we've currently been told about. And so my question was going to be, why isn't it available in Australia? Is it that the demand for them is already taken up in China, or is it that the cost of them is prohibitive?
No, it just hasn't made a presence here yet. It's, this battery only came on the market earlier this year. It's only being used. You've probably heard of CATL.
Yes.
Yeah, they supply 55% of the global battery technology.
Yeah.
Australia's dumb enough. All we do is dig the stuff out. We supply 55% of the global lithium, and dig it out, send it to China, and they do it up and sell it back. It's time we started being a bit smarter and took the step of, monetising our raw materials. Otherwise, as I said at the start, my grandchildren are going to have a very poor future. The industry's just associated.
Who owns the patent to?
Say again?
Is there a patent on it?
On the battery?
On the battery.
Oh, I'm guessing there would be. Chinese are pretty keen on patents.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Forsyth, the prototype that you're referring to, if that's the case, then you can do, did you say 2,000 miles?
Correct.
Which is
Miles, not
miles,
Ks.
not Ks, miles. That would in turn almost negate the need for charging stations as frequently as what we're currently told that we need to have them.
Correct. Yeah. The battery technology is advancing so quickly with the energy densities that are available. Like CATL, our current energy density in our batteries are 220 watt hours per kilo. CATL have released a cell that's 550 watt hours per kilo that they're holding for aviation at the moment because they think electric planes are going to take off. But that technology will then make its way through to automotive. Yeah. I think that the challenge that we're faced with is that we're trying to look at, the biggest problem in Australia is our tyranny of distance between everywhere. Instead of focusing on trying to do everything for the entirety of Australia, we need to be a little bit patient or strategic in the way that we approach it, because the technology is getting so much so that we won't need to have the myriad of charge stations right around the country. We will be able to have charging hubs where we can actually look at how we provide that energy to those hubs in the most effective way, because batteries are going to take us further. That is just the simple reality of what is happening.
Okay.
That's fascinating. Yeah, look, there's a lot of questions. We'll have to schedule another
we're
catch
happy.
up and get more briefings. How are we going for time?
We've got another 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, and really you should, because what Lex has done, it's recognised globally, and it's something for Australia to hang its hat on.
We've got trucks going to the US. We'll have the first battery swapping trucks in the US in the port of LA and Long Beach. Just to put that in perspective, there's 26,000 trucks that service those two ports on a daily basis. It's a fifth of the Australian market. There's 4 million Class 8 trucks in the US. There's 6 million Class 8 trucks in Europe and Northern UK, Northern Europe and the UK. So when you think about why does Australia not see the technology first, there's the market. Like if you're an OEM that's producing vehicles, the offshore market is so much bigger for the OEM to even consider what they do in Australia. We just don't register as a major market for the new technology to arrive here first. That's the challenge that we have in Australia. Different if it's a mining sector. We're one of the biggest mining users of equipment, but in vehicles, we are really just a grain of sand on the beach.
Yeah.
Can I ask a favour of you two? Could you ask Chris Bowen, if you see him, has the government's a member of the International Energy Association. IAEA. One of the blokes working on our team is number 2 globally in bidirectional charge technology. He's done consultancy in India, set up Nuve in the States. He was a member of our team, still is, wants to be more of it. He asked me to put a request to them for Australia to join Task 53. Task 53 is a group in the IEA dedicated to grid integration of vehicles and grid management in the future. And Australia should be at the table. China's there. All the other big ones are there. And if you can successfully say to me, Greg, he's done it, I'll say my day here is worthwhile.
Okay.
And why haven't we done it today, to your knowledge?
The Task 53 is only launched earlier this year by Bjorn Christensen. He did all this work on the bidirectional charge stuff in Copenhagen 7 years ago. He ran the first 10 Nissan 200s on a primitive bidirectional charge system like we've got now, but ours is more advanced. Those vehicles still running. They integrate with the grid. They sell energy. Battery degradation minor, and they're earning $1,800 each a year. So they're being paid to drive the vehicles around because of grid services they're providing in his country. Yeah.
And
Where's Task 53 headquartered?
There's two. There's one in, I think one is in. Oh look, I might give you the wrong information, but there are two. Maybe if you send me an email, I can pass that to you. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, thanks, gentlemen. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Oh, no.
And Lex does too, because we're at a critical juncture. If Australia doesn't do something in the next 6 to 12 months, I'll be manufacturing overseas.
Just on your manufacturing,
Yep.
are the vehicles you're currently assembling here in Australia?
Yes.
Are you keeping up with demand, or could you handle?
No, we're not. And it's really embarrassing for me. I feel like a poor version of Elon Musk. We've got $11 million worth of vehicles reserved that we can't do anything with because haven't got a factory site, we haven't got any support. We need that capital to do the next step, and we just can't get a loan or support from the government. And as I said, the NRF, no use.
But you'd have customers for those vehicles.
Yeah, already they've signed up.
They've signed up.
Paid reservation fees. Yeah, and we've actually got on the books demand for 5,000 units on top of that, but we've got to actually get established.
Okay.
We have a similar problem as well.
Yeah,
Do you?
So we've got our major fleets of ordered trucks that we can't
But you can't deliver.
we can't scale up to deliver quick enough for them. So it's creating a challenge for us as well too.
It's an exciting time if we take the step. Really is. I mean, I'm a silly old bugger, but there's a future ahead for a lot of other people.
Yeah, well, look, you're a pretty smart, silly old bugger. So don't hide your light under a bushel. Yeah.
We've just about used up our time. Is there anything else you wanted to raise with us before we wrap up?
Look,
I think I've just on our arena, NRF, and those sorts of things that come out of government initiatives.
yeah,
I think we really have to ask that they start to look at actual Australian content in the grant funding that they're giving out. There's been major grants given out to transport operators for all imported vehicles and no Australian content in those grant funds. And I think the reality of it is that we've got to look at, if we're going to support Australian manufacturing, if we're giving free money out to organisations, it needs to have a level of Australian content as part of the process.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. That's
thank
excellent.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your appearance here today and for the evidence you've provided. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, can you do so by Friday the 27th of September and give it to the Secretariat, and you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee. And again, if you feel you need to change or add anything to it, feel free to do so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman.
Thank you.
We'll now suspend for 15 minutes. We now resume our hearing into the transition to electric vehicles, which is being conducted by the Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water of the House of Representatives. In accordance with the committee's resolution, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcript of proceedings will also be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, and I also remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now welcome the Volvo Group, or representative from the Volvo Group, to give evidence to the committee. And for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Timothy Mark Camilleri, E-Mobility Solutions Manager at Volvo Group Australia, representing Volvo Group Australia in this inquiry.
Thank you, Mr Camilleri. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. With that opening statement, I'll invite you, if you'd like to make an opening statement to the committee, and then we'll proceed to just a discussion, questions and so on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this committee. As Volvo Group Australia, we appreciate the opportunity to appear before this inquiry in the transition to electric vehicles. I'd first like to reiterate that Volvo Group Australia has no connection to Volvo cars. As seen in our submission, the focus is on trucks and partially with Volvo Bus as well. After extensive studies on various technologies, the Volvo Group concluded that there is no single technology that will provide the solution to decarbonise and increase efficiency for these vehicles. Just as heavy vehicles are used for a range of applications, multiple technologies and fuels will be required for the decarbonisation journey, including battery electric, hydrogen fuel cell and traditional ICE vehicles operating on renewable fuels such as HVO and gases. Each has its own advantages and limitations when it comes to development, infrastructure, cost, productivity and life cycle impact and efficiency. Battery electric vehicles, for example, are ideal for shorter applications and urban applications, where longer haul may be more suited towards the hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. When it comes to the electric vehicle range, one of the biggest barriers we've had of an uptake today is a low axle mass limits. Australia's current axle mass limit of 6.5 tonnes is not enough for our heavy-duty EVs when they want to carry the same payloads as comparable to today's vehicles' internal combustion engines. This is due to the increased tear of the vehicles of being at least 1 tonne for the battery vehicles, in opposed to the current vehicles. Today, in our heavy-duty battery electric vehicles, each battery weighs up to as much as 500 kilos, with 6 batteries being a common specification. This is not only a Volvo challenge, but an industry-wide across all OEMs in this space. Obviously, we commend a number of states who have already introduced EV networks and trials for higher mass limits, but these networks maps are largely on state roads, only just to be expanded onto local roads. As part of this as well, we request there to be national harmonisation across the different jurisdictions in these increased mass limits, not just between states and territories, but into those local councils as well. While we acknowledge the concerns around pavement and structure wear are warranted, we also stress the impact is not as great as some may say. For example, there are reports out there that state that with wider vehicles and road-friendly suspension, modern suspension, the pavement wear can be less for more broken up roads than lighter vehicles operating legally today with thin tyres. Furthermore, we stress that the cost should be looked at a more holistic level, taking into consideration the benefits, healthcare costs reduced by reduced emissions, the rising costs incurred by extreme weather events due to climate change. Our submission focused on the investment in infrastructure and various incentives, with financial incentives ranging from government grants, rebates, the green funding to stamp duty and toll relief, as well as non-financial incentives such as simplifying the process for getting these vehicles on the road and waiving curfews for silent EVs at night. Although the barriers facing the industry on its transition to EVs are real, it will take collaboration and investment to overcome, but the cost of not reducing emissions is more daunting. The other area I'd like to quickly draw attention to is safety, which Volvo takes very seriously. We would like to stress the importance of having the Australian government setting very clear and stringent safety standards for EVs in Australia, such that subpar EVs do not give the industry a bad reputation here in Australia. Thank you very much.
Mr. Camilleri, thank you for that opening statement. I've got lots of questions actually, if I get time to ask them, but I'm going to kick off with the very last comment you made about safety standards. Do you raise that because you're conscious of EV vehicles that do not meet safety standards?
It's a combination of not wanting the industry to have a bad representation. I think what we see in the media around number of incidents or incidents with EVs, we'd like to keep to a minimum level, and to try and de-risk that.
What sort of incidents are you referring to?
So if we have, say, EV fires and electric vehicle fires, right. They are blown out of proportion in media. Yep. They're disproportionately represented in reportings than to their occurrences. To mitigate this risk as a barrier to EV uptake and transition to EVs, ensuring that as best to our ability, we put safety standards in place to mitigate those potential eventualities.
I don't know if you were here to hear the last witnesses, but one of them is in the business of converting diesel trucks to EV trucks. Does Volvo do that, or is Volvo looking at doing that?
We don't convert old trucks. The way in which we've taken it is to hardwire our batteries, adding cooling systems to our batteries to ensure we look after our batteries, building them to the ECE R100 standard, a European standard for battery manufacturing, and plus additional tests that Volvo take on above and beyond that with immersion, humidity, all sorts of different tests that we take on when we build these vehicles.
So conversion of what would previously have been a diesel vehicle to an electric vehicle is not something Volvo would do?
Not something we would do, no.
Can I ask why?
I think we're in the business more so of building vehicles to suit from factories and with factory standards, looking to implement those high levels of safety in those vehicles. So
perhaps I'll reverse the question. Do you see a problem with doing that? Can you? I'm trying to find out whether there is actually some issues that were not brought to the committee's attention that should be with respect to converting from diesel to electric.
If done appropriately with stringent safety standards, it could be looked into, but those safety standards need to ensure that those conversions would be to a high level of safety, put those vehicles on the road.
Thank you. And the issue of the heavy batteries was also raised by previous witnesses, that there is new battery technology out, or at least being looked at right now. You said that the average truck's got 6 batteries, 500 kilos, so that's roughly 3 tonnes of batteries. Again, what do you believe is the future for batteries? Are batteries being developed and changed at a rate whereby the weight of the batteries will become less and less, and also the distance that the batteries would run a vehicle? I assume that that's also increasing as well. Is that the knowledge that Volvo is working on?
It's kind of one or the other for us, to be fair. So at this point in time, as the battery density increases, we look to increase range, so put more energy on the vehicle to do more distance.
Yep.
We're still at that stage now. Just this week we announced a long-range truck does up to 600 kilometres worth of range.
Yep.
That's being done by new battery technology, but also adding more batteries to the chassis. So you can either ask for more range or be slightly lighter than what we have. So currently we offer a vehicle that's 300 kilometres worth of range, sorry.
Yep.
In the future, that could be lighter with new battery technology, or you can put the same number or more batteries on the vehicle to do more range. So depending on the application, depending on the use case, depending on how much of heavy vehicles we want to transition, would depend on how the weight changes. So if we're going after line haul trucks, for now we'd be adding more batteries, keeping that weight the same as we currently have, or going slightly higher.
And before I hand over to the Deputy Chair, does Volvo itself do any research into batteries
So
in terms of the manufacture of them? And
yeah, so in the past we've had suppliers of batteries,
right,
Akasol and Samsung, whereas now we have a agreement with Samsung that we've built building two battery pack factories globally. We will take the Samsung cell technology and implement those factories to make our own batteries, our own battery packs, sorry.
yep,
So a consumer of battery technology.
okay. David, I'll hand over to
Yeah,
you
thanks.
for a moment.
So that I've got it right, you're asking for some reforms. One of them is increasing the general mass limit, but I just want to get my weights right. Are the 6 batteries that the average heavy haul truck Volvo would have is 500 kilos in total, or 500 kilos each?
500 kilos each.
Wow, they're big batteries.
They're there, yeah. 90 kilowatt hour.
But if you can only carry so much freight, that's taking up, that's an awful lot of freight space.
3 tonne.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, so what about, is Volvo doing any hydrogen fuel cell?
Yeah, so hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles are in development. They're coming the second half of this decade.
Right.
Not available yet for
Right.
consumers to industry. So prototyping and developing them in-house.
Sure. And in the kit that you produce, are the batteries sort of up the front, over the front of the thing, or you wouldn't put it at the tail end or anything like, or do you just spread it across the whole, body of the trailer?
We try and so with our vehicles, where the engine once was is mostly control modules, a bit lighter things than batteries. Where the fuel tanks were on the side of the chassis is where we put our batteries.
Right.
As we move forward to e-axles, that space in between the chassis where
What's an E-axle?
so combining the electric motors and gearbox adjacent the axle,
Right.
rather than having gearbox, prop shaft to axle.
Right.
Once we move to that, that free space between the steer axle, the front, and the driven axles will be filled with more batteries for more range.
Right. Okay. And energy density matters in everything, whether it's diesel, coal, gas, fuel, or nuclear. Energy density always wins. So you've got all your current designs are on the best available batteries now, but do you have plans to go to more higher energy density batteries?
So currently, yes, we have the best technology available for commercial applications that will last the duration that our customers expect. As those newer technologies are further developed and pulled out of labs and the like, and made available for commercial applications, we would look to implement them.
Yeah, sure. And do you have any diesel electric vehicles like trains?
No, we do have hybrid buses, but we're
What, diesel electric?
diesel electric hybrid buses, yes.
So they have electric motors, but they have a diesel engine running an electrical generator which just fires. It doesn't store battery energy. It just generates a current which runs the electric motors. But it's a little tiny diesel engine with big electric motors. Is that how?
Other way around, so electric supporting the diesel vehicle as you would in a Camry mild hybrid vehicle.
Oh, okay.
That way.
So it's that sort of hybrid. Okay. But yeah, so Volvo doesn't make any train diesel electric
No.
engines or anything like that. Okay. The other thing you said is lack of regulatory and national harmonisation. Is that about the weight limits?
Yes.
Because I know a lot of car parks, including at the Sydney airport, they had to knock it down because they couldn't have electric vehicles. They were all collapsed on the weight of the electric vehicles. Is that what you're referring to, harmonising weight limits for bridges? You were talking about, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, R100.
The ECR 100 was around the battery standard.
Oh, not the weight of the vehicle.
No. So what I was referring to with that harmonisation was, so currently we have an allowance on the front axle. The trucks can put of 6.5 tonnes.
Yeah.
Or 6.5 if you meet some safety standards. Whereas we have some networks made available, or trials of networks made available in New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria and South Australia, where they've increased that to 7.5 or 8 tonnes. So our request there for harmonisation is to have it the same across the different jurisdictions, as well as starting to incorporate other levels of government as well with local government.
So that's where that 3 tonne if the batteries are up the front, that'd intersect with that 6.5 tonne limit.
Yeah, so with the 3 tonne increase in batteries, or the 3 tonnes of batteries on that example vehicle, we've removed the engine and all its components and fuel tanks and the like as well. So we're somewhere between, in a prime mover, 2 to 2.5 tonnes heavier than its equivalent.
Plus,
In addition, in net, some of that goes to the front axle because it's sitting in the middle of the vehicle, and the front axle will exceed 6.5 tonnes we're currently allowed for.
Right. Okay. And the limits on bridges and car parks, is that uniform across the country as well?
It depends on the structure and when it was built and how it was built and to what standard. So there is in Queensland, we've got a good amount of access to a lot of different structures. Some of those they've decided to sweat, knowing that there will be impact to them, and other ones they'll be sufficient in managing that extra weight.
Sure. And also on the your comment on number the end, the power supply grid capacity and stability. Have you thought about what the previous? I think you were here in the room with the previous presentation about the swap in and out pre-charged batteries rather than plugging in and charging the car direct. Has Volvo got anything like that happening?
We have looked into it in the past, but as I said in one of my opening remarks, was for us to hardwire batteries into the vehicle and run coolant lines to them as well, to look after the batteries and maintain them at optimum temperatures, as well as be able to trace them, what they've done, how they've been worked. That's the direction that Volvo has taken at this point in time.
That sounds a lot more complicated than just swap and go. You've got to have a separate whole battery system. Is that what you're sort of saying? Cooling and
on the chassis itself with our batteries, because it's all hardwired in. We have coolant lines running between all the electrical components, run by a radiator at the front, to monitor and maintain the temperatures in those electrical components, as well as the hardwired 600, 750 volt system as well. So hardwiring them in to make sure they're constantly maintained, rather than the possibility of wear.
Sure. Okay. So is that different from cars like Teslas and
the exact same.
Polestars don't have all this cooling for their wires, do they, or they do?
I wouldn't be sure on which passenger vehicle manufacturers have coolant lines or not.
Right.
But for us, because we're talking about 50 tonnes or more, high level of weight and energy, or high level of energy going in and out of those batteries, and weight because of it, wanting to cool and maintain those batteries. And I think the other part that why we do it as well is because we're looking for these vehicles to do 700,000, 1 million kilometres worth of life. So looking to last a long time as well. So caring for that asset that is the battery.
Yeah, okay.
Do truck batteries last as long as the car batteries? What's the experience so far?
I couldn't comment on how the car batteries are lasting, because there's a difference between, say, the early Nissan Leafs and Teslas and the like.
Sure. But we've been told, 8 to 10 years is about the sort of range that someone might expect. And I'm sure it'll vary, but
For us, we maintain that they will last for around that 8-year mark, and at that point they'll degrade from 100 to 80%. The vehicle will still operate and turn the wheels. The battery, the fuel tank will just be smaller. It'll be able to hold less energy. That's where we have set up a department called Volvo Energy to look at containerized versions of taking those batteries at the end of that 8-year life on vehicle and use them as stationary storage. So take those batteries and put them into a stationary storage system.
apart from obviously the emission issue, are there any other advantages of having an electric truck to an internal combustion truck that immediately come to mind? I really don't know. I mean, I don't know what the costs are. I don't know, if you had two side by side, whether one performs better than the other, etc. I just don't know.
I'll tackle the financial one first. So they are around 2 to 3 times more expensive than the conventional vehicle, but their operating costs are lower depending on how you buy electricity. So we do see applications now and customers we work with that over time they can, if they get the kilometres up and hold the vehicle for long enough, be at least net neutral, if not better, depending on how they buy electricity. So that's the financial operation side of things. From a driver comfort point of view, there's less vibrations, there's less gear changes, there's less noise. If they're running the vehicle for whatever reason, when they're working around it, there's obviously less noise and less emissions as they're moving around the vehicle as well. Performance-wise, probably lends into that, less vibrations, less gear change side of things, but the ability to have 100% power delivered in an instant makes
Let's say you were going through hills. Would one perform better than the other?
We can have more powerful diesel vehicles, but in the majority, the electric vehicle is more powerful in our offerings. So up a hill, the electric would usually be faster, but if we started looking at very big trucks, very high weight, gross combination mass trucks, then the diesel vehicle can produce more power.
Right. And I assume in Europe, the electric vehicles have been in the market for longer than they have been here in Australia, or not?
We were fortunate enough to bring the first 2 electric Volvo trucks into the country just under 2 years from when they were deployed in Europe. They were the first 2 outside of Europe with Linfox down in Melbourne. So probably around a 2-year lag there. And then on the heavy duty, the prime movers, we were somewhere between 6 and 12 months behind Europe when we deployed those in Australia.
Is there any difference in registration costs?
Registration costs are higher because it's done on value of vehicle, on calculated percentage on value of vehicle.
And so because they're more costly?
Because of the initial capex.
Yeah. All right. David?
Yeah. My question earlier about battery, diesel or electric, and you didn't really have them, but do you have the same stuff like the Prius where the braking charges the battery?
So for all of our vehicles, our electric vehicles, we have regenerative braking incorporated into the vehicle and the brake pedal as well.
Okay, thanks.
And from a workforce point of view, do we have sufficiently skilled mechanics to work on the trucks in Australia at the moment?
At Volvo, we took the direction to upskill our own people in our workshops throughout the country, 90-odd touch points and dealerships around Australia, to have EV certified dealerships to work on them. We've been working with TAFEs around the nation for over 3 years now, trying to gain those extra certifications and training as well. But for now, we have a sufficient number to look after our vehicles with our technicians in our dealerships.
Okay. You've done internal training, obviously,
Yes.
as you just said. Yeah. All right. Is there anything else that we haven't touched on that you think we should be aware of, that you want to bring to our attention? Based on your experience thus far, I'm just trying to, academically we can all say, look at, how the truck's designed and all the rest of it, but then in reality there in the real world, how does it perform, and is it meeting, I guess, the expectations of both the purchaser and the company, in this case Volvo?
In the performance-wise, they are meeting the expectations. They are being simulated and analysed and assessed to do applications that they suit. They're not running line haul between Cairns and Canberra at the moment because of those range and operational implications. So where they've been appropriately placed, they're working well. The only comments I'm going to make is probably around having clear and concise policy to push in this transition of EVs, as well as roadmaps to implementation as well. So not just having a great piece of policy to work with, but understanding how we help deliver these and work on them together to see a change and a transition happen sooner rather than later. There's a lot of information to still be shared, collaboration between industry, customers, OEMs and government. I think we could do that a whole lot better, but as long as it stays as text on a page and not being in bits of rubber moving, tyres rotating, we haven't done our job yet.
Yeah. And I assume that Volvo sells trucks in the USA. Is your experience there any better or any different to what it is here from your knowledge?
They do have the fortunate case of being a much larger truck market than us. So in their transition, they do have some clear policy, state-driven, that's helped with uptake. In Australia, our biggest barrier has probably been around regulation change and it happening sooner rather than later, as well as the barriers that are faced by these vehicles and the extra work that's required. But from us, from a supply point of view, we've never had a supply problem for these vehicles. They're prioritised globally in terms of their build, so in Australia is no different. And as we move forward, because we've seen some change in these regulations now and some strong headwinds towards good change in those regulations, we've confirmed that in 2027 we're going to build the electric vehicles here in Australia at Wacol, some 10-15 kilometres from here.
Thank you. David?
Talking of standards, what is the ER 100 standard, or the European?
It's a battery certification, so it does tests around temperature, humidity, vibration, water immersion, as well as...
Don't we have something like that now? We don't?
Not to my knowledge, we have it in Australia, but I think we're adopting it going forward.
And that's great. And can you recycle your batteries, or is there a plan for Volvo to recycle these batteries so that you have the one prime mover, but you can just change over the batteries like you do an oil change?
We can recycle them. We've already put Volvo batteries through a recycler in Australia. We're seeing numbers up to 97% recyclability of the pack, which includes the aluminium, plastic, rubber, and the critical minerals. So our methodology is around that true circularity of batteries in a vehicle, in a stationary storage system connected to a solar system or the like, and then having high levels of recyclability to put them into a new battery.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Camilleri, we've run out of time. Thank you very much for your evidence to the committee today, and you will be sent a copy of the transcript of that evidence, and if you wish to add or amend anything, please feel free to do so. I don't think you've been asked for any additional information, but if anything comes to mind as a result of our discussion that you feel is important for us to be aware of, again, if you could send it to the Secretariat, that would be much appreciated. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
now welcome representatives of StrataSolve to give evidence to the committee today, and I welcome Mr. Irons. But for the purpose of our proceedings, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Chris Irons, I'm Director of StrataSolve. Since making the submission, I've also been appointed to the board of the Owners Corporation Network, or OCN for short, so I'm also representing in that capacity as well.
Thank you very much. Although the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Mr. Irons, I now invite you to make an opening statement if you wish, and then we'll proceed into a general discussion.
Thank you. Yes, I would. Thanks very much. Thanks for the opportunity to be here too. As I've already talked about the capacity in which I made my submission, so StrataSolve is an independent consultancy firm which helps people involved with strata prevent and resolve issues and using mediation and effective communications. And I don't mind saying it's a one-of-a-kind offering. My work is based on my former role as Queensland Government's Commissioner for Body Corporate and Community Management, and that's literally a unique role in jurisdictions worldwide. Since I made my submission, as I said, I've been appointed to the board of the Owners Corporation Network, which advocates for the interests of millions of Australians who live in and own lots in strata schemes, and I'm therefore very pleased to be speaking in that capacity as well. I wouldn't be at all surprised to learn that yourselves would be sitting there thinking, what on earth do we need to hear about strata for? We're talking about EV. Well, the reality is that strata, and I'll use that term as the shorthand because that incorporates things like body corporate and owners corporation, operates as its own unique and often incredibly perplexing form of regulation and governance. So, for example, an owner who wants to have EV infrastructure in their building simply cannot decide to commission and install it. Instead, they must seek approval from either the Strata Committee or a general meeting of all owners. If common property is to be used for that installation, then it's very likely the approval threshold would be high. So, in other words, a no vote from even just one owner could be enough to scupper the proposal and send a frustrated owner right back to square one. There are other challenges for EVs in strata as well. New South Wales Fire and Rescue, for example, consider EVs and EV charging stations to be special hazards under the National Construction Code. That's bad enough. And then in Queensland, under Queensland strata legislation, there are express provisions about a lot or common property not being used in a way that causes a hazard. So without modification or retraction of that idea or that concept, EVs could effectively be seen to be not something that could be stationed in a strata scheme. OCN has written to relevant state and territory ministers about that very real concern. To strata schemes more generally, they operate according to legislative timeframes and decision-making processes, which cannot be avoided, and they do not lend themselves to quick solutions. That in turn leads to frustration on the part of owners, long-term tenants, and the committee, who are comprised of volunteers and trying to grapple with complex financial, administrative, legal, property, and insurance issues. Disputes are commonplace, protracted, costly, and as I know all too well, deeply troubling and emotionally draining for those involved. EV disputes are no different. Whether it's the owner seeking approval for their infrastructure, the committee trying to decide amongst competing priorities, or a tenant who unfortunately has little to no say at all, EV matters in stratas are already prominent and only going to get more prominent. And why is that? Because housing availability and affordability means that strata is going to be the only viable option for most Australians into the future, both in terms of buying and renting. Housing density is only going to increase. Unless we think that strata is only about high-rises, in Queensland, for example, the majority, and it's the vast majority of strata schemes, are 6 lots or less. So the suburban six-pack and a duplex, that's the majority of strata schemes in Queensland. Strata incorporates townhouses, villas, short-term holiday apartments, commercial developments including shopping centres, office towers and industrial parks, hotels, resorts and even some retirement villages. Regardless of motivations and backgrounds, all owners in strata share one thing in common, that's the need to protect and enhance their property investment. EV issues can be a significant contributing factor, positively and negatively, to those property values. Strata schemes and lot owners, as much as regulators and governments, must turn their minds to how these issues could be optimally addressed. Even though strata will be the only option for many Australians into the future, strata regulation is inconsistent across all jurisdictions, with significant variances in approaches and even more significant differences in how governments resource education and information. So, for example, I know that the Commissioner's Office in Queensland, my former office, is envied by a lot of owners and peak bodies in other states, and yet even it is nowhere near resourced sufficiently to meet demand. So while I'm here to address strata and EV issues, and absolutely, I believe there's a way forward on those, I would also like to see EVs as merely the catalyst for that broader discussion about how to best support lot owners and others in strata, protect and enhance their shared investment. The benefits to government, including the improvements to community harmony, would be considerable. Thank you again. I'm happy to address any queries.
Mr. Irons, thank you for that opening statement, and I can assure you that the committee is very interested in what you have to say, and the issue of strata management and how it connects with electric vehicles has been brought to the attention of the committee, and we understand it's an important issue.
Great.
There are many matters that arise, and you've touched on them essentially in your opening statement, but the cost of retrofitting strata or properties that have multiple tenancies in them has been one of the significant concerns that has been raised. Just from your experience, because you'd have from your previous role and your current role, you should, I'd imagine you would well understand the number of properties that are out there. Do you believe that it is possible to retrofit most properties so that they can have charging facilities for their tenants, or what? Or if I could reverse that, what do you see as being the obstacles to being able to retrofit all of those properties?
No, thank you for the question. I think the biggest obstacle would be a few factors. Probably, in my experience, the biggest issue in any strata situation is cost. It's always about a hip pocket impact. So let's try an example. So let's just say a scheme that was constructed in the 1980s is looking at a retrofitting bill of around, I don't know, $200,000 for argument's sake. So in strata, there are spending limits. So if a particular proposed set of works exceeds a spending limit, it must be approved by all owners at a general meeting. And subject to what is involved, for example, if it's proposed that common property is to be disposed of, that's the technical term, say example, leased or sold or cordoned off or perhaps utilised as an exclusive use area, the threshold for that is what's called a resolution without dissent. So that's effectively one person saying no. So you could have a building of 100 lots, 100 apartments. 50 people might vote yes, we see the value in that particular proposition. One person says no, and that's it. It fails on that basis. So in addition to the cost, which would be borne proportionately by all owners, you also have this odd situation of an ideological issue where if one person who's an owner in that scheme says, well, I don't drive an electric vehicle, I'm never going to, and I think they're a scam anyway, they say no. There is no compulsion upon them to justify their decision unless there is a very, very lengthy legal process that eventuates, and that can happen. But otherwise, they can vote yes, they can vote no, they can refuse to vote, and that's that. So even if the physical retrofitting is entirely possible, the electrics can handle it, the common property can handle it, or if you get through all of those hurdles, there's still the very human hurdle of people actually voting for something. And I'll put it this way, if I may. Strata is unique in the sense that people can and do actively vote against their best interests all the time. I see it all the time. So even though it's in everybody's best interest to have a well-maintained, well-operating building, because that increases my property values, I can vote no to it simply because I think it's too expensive, or I can vote no to it on spiteful grounds as well. I vote against my interests, but that's that. Because it's a group decision-making process, it fails at that point.
Just to follow on from that, and you did mention the electricity supply being available. Again, from your experience, and I don't expect you to be able to respond on behalf of every particular property. Do you believe that where there's, and I'll use a multi-storey apartment type of facility, is the power that currently goes to that facility sufficient to be able to do the work, even if it was agreed to, or do you? Or will there be properties where that will become an issue as well?
I think there will be properties where it will become an issue. So in my experience and from the different clients that I speak to and the different people I speak to, the general rule of thumb is that in most situations there is the ability to retrofit. I put it a different way. Those buildings where it cannot be retrofitted would be the exception. And even then, there's probably something that can be done that's just more elaborate, more costly, more involved. Typically, yes, the issue is around, is the current electrical framework for that building sufficient to support what is being proposed? That's generally it. That's generally the situation, yeah.
Have you to date had any experience with any conflicts or to do with electric vehicle charging stations? Or
where I fit into the equation would be the step before that, where the body corporate is considering an issue around electric vehicles, installation of the infrastructure, for example, and they anticipate, based on past experience, it's going to be a challenge. It's a very sensitive, contentious issue. So sometimes I get wheeled into those things to do a bit of political lobbying, basically. So lobbying within the strata scheme. Providing an information session, wearing a neutral hat to say to people, you might have concerns, and that's entirely appropriate and fine, but if you vote for this, there are actually considerable benefits. But so I get involved in that. I'm also aware of a case published just this week, in fact, where one of the adjudicators in Queensland, so they are the quasi-judicial decision makers in Queensland who resolve strata disputes, made a decision about, I'll try and paraphrase this in the sort of the simplest way possible, made a decision which said that what the committee had done was restrict use of common power in a common space to an EV owner. That EV owner challenged that decision on the grounds that that was unreasonable of the committee to make that restriction. The adjudicator found it was unreasonable because that restricted the rights and interests of owners in the scheme, and the committee cannot do that.
And one other question before I hand over to David. Again, from your experience, is it likely that insurance costs will rise if electric vehicle charging points are installed in a building?
It's quite possible, and I think I say that in the context that strata insurance costs are rising anyway. It seems to be one of those areas of insurance where there is an almost continuous amount of rise, as it is in other parts of life. So I'd say a qualified yes. There are legislative requirements around insurance, how particular lots and common property are used and the impact that has on insurance, and about the contributions of the relevant owner in that situation. But I suppose I'd put it this way. I've heard of so many instances where insurers are either raising premiums or refusing to insure strata schemes for myriad reasons. I dare say that this has either happened or is going to happen a lot more. Yep.
Yeah, I asked the question for this reason. From the limited research I've been able to do, insurance of an electric vehicle appears to be substantially higher than it is for other vehicles. Now, that could be to do with the value of it, but it could also be to do with the perceived risk of the batteries, and therefore would that be then translated into, well, if it's stored there and it's going to be it's going to add to the risks.
If I could sort of give you this analogy, perhaps, I've heard of situations where insurers are declining to offer premiums on strata schemes that are primarily used for the purposes of overseas students, and you might say to yourself, Well, what's that got to do with insurance? Except that I have heard that the insurers take the view that because there are multiple people in a small space using a lot of facilities, that poses a risk, and they will not cover it. So that's an example.
No, understand. David, do you have any questions?
I do. You've sort of half covered one of them. With EV fires, or thermal runaway is the term that a lot of EV people use. There was pictures in the local press of a fire. One EV caught fire, then they all caught fire, and the whole building was destroyed. And I could imagine that puts a premium increase on the whole building. And have you been involved in any cases like that in Australia? Because that was overseas, it wasn't here in Australia. But has there been any cases of that happening in Australia that you're aware of?
Not aware of specific ones. Anecdotally, I've heard that kind of discussion, and I've heard a lot about people putting forward that kind of rationale for not wanting to proceed with some kind of EV installation in a strata scheme. So I've certainly heard that. One thing I would say about that is that under Queensland strata legislation, there is a legislated obligation for the body corporate to act reasonably. Now, that's a very general term, but acting reasonably could mean, for example, only making decisions based on objective, reasonable sources. So there's I suppose another way of putting that is that there's a world of difference between relying upon an anecdotal source for perhaps what you've just described, and perhaps a report issued by a government agency that has the basis and the background to be saying some of those things. So if I could just then translate that to a strata context, let's just say we present at a strata meeting where there's going to be a vote about something to do with EV, and the committee puts up a proposal and it is supported by an extract from Wikipedia, for argument's sake, about a risk involving an EV, whereas the owner who has an interest in the situation provides a report from the CSIRO, for argument's sake. There's a big difference between the objectivity of those two sources, and if that went before a decision maker, an adjudicator, they might look at that and think, well, one aspect of that was reasonable and one aspect of that was not reasonable. I appreciate that's a bit of a convoluted answer to what you were asking, but that's kind of where it would get to, I would suspect.
Sure. Yeah, no, look, it's a moot point. We've had a trip to a very population-dense Korea and Japan, and they're having exactly all those same issues that you outlined. So it's not unique to Australia.
Okay.
And Japan and Korea are probably the most advanced in technology in terms of, cars of all sorts being electric, but they've got the same problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does retrofitting an apartment block with some additional charging points require local government approval?
It may do, subject to what the development approval for that particular scheme has in the first instance. For example, my understanding is that most development approvals, say in Brisbane in particular, would come with particular requirements about car parking. So let's just say, for argument's sake, 2 of the current car parks, of which one might be a visitor car park, are proposed to be used for charging purposes. Well, that's fine, except that visitor car park is an obligation upon the body corporate to provide. So the taking away of it may put them in conflict with their development approval. That then poses significant issues for that body corporate if they were to do that. And I've certainly heard of that instance coming up.
What about if you had a bank of charging points? In itself, I'm just trying to visualise it, that actually becomes another use within the building that was probably not envisaged at the time the planning was made.
Yeah.
And could the local authority step in and say, well, your building was never designed for this, and therefore you need separate planning. I don't know.
Quite possibly, yeah, quite possibly. And there is a process to go through, my understanding, to change that development approval or to seek approval for a different set of circumstances. But again, that would typically require a pretty high threshold of approval within the owners in the first instance to seek that, because it's changing the rights and responsibilities of owners in the process. So you've got that local government obligation, but in the first instance, each individual owner has an inherent right and share of the common property. So if we think about changing the use of the common property, it's a consequential change to what owners have. In the first instance, that needs to be subject to approval.
And have you had any experience where charging points have been put in as to how they work out how much is paid by the users of those charges?
Yeah, so look, there are different companies in Queensland, and I've encountered them at different events, who do simply that, who provide the technology and the facility for the measurement of the use of the common electricity, and then by that means how to actually bill the owner or indeed the tenant for the use of that electricity. Yep.
And on the issue of planning, this would be a change because of electric vehicles. Have you noticed whether the planning regulations have now been amended to say any future constructions must incorporate a certain amount of charging points within the car parks or whatever of these developments?
I'm certainly aware of it happening elsewhere in the world. I know California, for example, has absolutely gone down that path. And I couldn't be 100% sure, but I know it's either on the table or has been on the table in jurisdictions in Australia. And that's where the concept of right to charge, I suppose, kicks in. I think if that's what planning regulations are going to require in the future, then that is consistent with this idea that, well, there has to be some right for the individual, again, whether they're an owner or a tenant, to charge the vehicle in the strata scheme.
And you made a comment earlier on about how you believe that I think Queensland was, and I'm paraphrasing, so my words may not be accurate, but was probably doing things better than some of the other states in terms of strata management and so on. What's your experience with respect to consistency across Australia? Does it vary greatly from one state to another?
It can do, yes. On specific issues, it can. On some issues, everyone's on the same page. So things like smoking, pets in strata, jurisdictions are roughly on the same page about all of those things. But on some other issues, they're sort of wildly divergent. For example, the need for a strata manager, the person who represents the strata scheme, to be licensed, that does not exist in Queensland, but it exists in New South Wales. Some other jurisdictions have a different way of regulating them as well. So it's completely inconsistent, I suppose, if I can put it that way.
So you previously worked as a commissioner.
Yes.
Does every state have a commissioner? I wasn't aware of that.
They do not. No. So Queensland has one. New South Wales recently appointed one, a strata commissioner, but the role is not the same as the Queensland commissioner. The Queensland commissioner provides information and education, free service, excellent service, if I can put in a plug for that office. But they also provide an exclusive jurisdiction for dispute resolution. So every strata dispute in Queensland will eventually go through that office for resolution one way or the other, if they can't get resolved informally first. And that doesn't exist anywhere else.
Oh, so can I just make an observation? It sounds like an important role. So,
there are 55,000 strata schemes in Queensland, for example. So, yeah.
And I hear of disputes in my own state all the time.
Yes.
That's why I think it's an important role. Look, I don't have any other questions. If there's anything else that you feel that we haven't touched on that you want to raise with the committee, please feel free to do so.
Maybe two things, if I may, just briefly. First of all, one's probably a restatement of a point about that idea of a right to charge and that existence of those statements about hazard in relation to charging. I mean, they're there on the public record, so that presents a bit of a problem for strata schemes. So I'll restate that point. But probably the second point I'd like to make is the role of tenants, and particularly long-term tenants. So under strata law, a tenant in Queensland is what's termed an occupier. and they have certain rights and responsibilities, but one of the rights and responsibilities they do not have is the right to vote. So if I'm a tenant in a strata scheme and I would like the ability to charge my electric vehicle, and there's no current infrastructure for me to do that, I have no right to submit a motion to a general meeting, no mechanism whatsoever to do that. My view, and I think OCM, of which I'm a member, would also tend to support this view, is that there might be some scope to start regarding long-term tenants in a very similar way to an owner. And when you think about it, an investor owner might own the lot in this scheme for 10 years, for argument's sake, and the only thing they ever do is pay their levies, never vote, never participate, never put up their hand to go on the committee. That's fine. They don't have to do that, of course. Then you compare that to a tenant who's lived there 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. They are the eyes and ears of that building, and they know probably far more about it than most owners would know about it. And full disclosure, I'm a long-term tenant in a strata scheme myself. I'm also an owner in a different strata scheme, so I'm aware of how this sort of thing works. But I think that increasingly, if we're looking at more and more people living and owning in strata, and perhaps living as a tenant in strata, we need to start looking more and more about how those tenants take on the roles of owners.
Mr. Irons, thank you very much for that, and thank you for appearing before the committee. That is all very useful because of the trend towards apartment living, etc. So thank you very much for that. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. If you feel you need to make any correction to that, feel free to do so. I don't think we asked you for any additional information, but if there's anything further that you want to add to what you said today, if you can send that to the Secretariat by the 27th of September, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you. His name, was it Trevor or? I now welcome witnesses from the heavy vehicle industry of Australia, and for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Adam Ritzinger, I'm the Chief Technical Officer for Heavy Vehicle Industry Australia.
Adele Hausberg, Chief Advocacy Officer for HVIA.
And Mark Jerrick, Director at Movement, Technical Expert and member of HVIA.
Thank you, and once again, thank you for appearing before the committee. Although the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence that you give today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. With that, I now invite one or all of you to make a brief opening statement, and then we'll proceed to some questions.
I'll make a brief one. Thank you, Chair. HVIA represents the entire heavy vehicle industry involved in the manufacture, importation, distribution and service of on-road vehicles with a gross vehicle mass over 3.5 tonnes. Our members' interests cover an extensive range of vehicles, starting with light commercial trucks and extending all the way up to Australia's unique 50-metre-long 100-tonne road trains. We are one of the few remaining local manufacturing industries. HVIA runs the Brisbane Truck Show, and we are holding it again in May 2025. We extend an open invitation to committee members to attend. We also ran Truck Show X earlier this year, and we believe it was the biggest heavy vehicle low and net zero event in Australia. I'm here today, as I said, with my colleague Adam Ritzinger and one of our members, Mark Jerrick from Movement, who contributed to HVIA's submission. Movement is a specialist consultancy leading heavy vehicle decarbonisation in Australia. HVIA has formed an internal committee to address the transition to net zero for our industry, involving OEMs, infrastructure experts, engineers, component suppliers and more. This committee helped prepare our submission for the inquiry. We want to ensure that discussions about electric vehicles do not leave out trucks and trailers. we want to emphasise that Australia will need multiple solutions to decarbonise road transport, with application of different technologies for different freight tasks. We have an opportunity to get the policy and regulatory settings right from the outset, rather than scrambling to incorporate heavy vehicles into a net zero future designed around passenger vehicles. This includes consideration of infrastructure, like public charging stations, roads and bridges, skills and workforce needed, as well as ensuring barriers facing truck operators such as cost and access are removed. Thank you for having us today, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you for that opening statement, Ms. Lawsberg. The first question I have, how many of your members do you believe are currently using electric vehicles?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It's growing into a much bigger list every week, I believe. Adele spoke briefly in the opening statement about Truck Show X, which was our heavy vehicle decarbonisation event, which we put on earlier this year as a first time we ever held that. And we were very, very surprised at the amount of interest there is in decarbonisation throughout our industry. And it covers a lot of our members that we didn't particularly or typically see as being involved in decarbonisation. We thought it was mostly just the truck manufacturers, but it's the trailer manufacturers as well, and a wide range of the component and equipment suppliers. So it's really an ecosystem that we didn't understand the true extent of until we held the event and saw the interest in it.
I'm going to ask you a very general question. What sort of feedback are you getting from your membership base right now about the transition to electric vehicles?
It's a good question. It is mixed at times. We have some members, Volvo is one of our members who appeared earlier,
Yes.
who are obviously doing a lot of good work, are very advanced in their thinking. We have other members who are only concentrating on electric trucks or hydrogen trucks or other parts of the ecosystem that are focused on net zero. So we have many members who are very advanced and pushing the conversation forwards. We have other manufacturers around the trailer part that are not quite as advanced. They're not thinking about electric trucks because that's not their business, but they are thinking about things like, I'm a manufacturer, I build things. How do I power my plant? What do I do? Can I get solar panels? Sometimes they face barriers and even those early sort of thoughts. And then unfortunately, sometimes the conversation doesn't go any further. So we have some members who aren't quite as advanced either, but they are definitely curious about it, what might mean for them down the track.
Okay. And with respect to the heavy vehicles, I might be wrong, but I get the impression that other than some of the big operators, there seems to be a bit of a turnover of people operating heavy vehicles. That, in other words, I get the impression it's a risky business. What are the main risks to your business currently, to your members' businesses?
Sure.
Right?
Okay, so for the operators specifically, it's a very low margin industry, very, very, very low. And the best way to visualise that is to think about a logging truck. So a truck stacked with logs. If you're driven behind one of those, you can picture that.
Yeah, and I have.
Only the very top log represents the profit that the operator takes away. So it's very, very tight. It's in the single digits of a percentage for the operation. It's also a very heavily regulated industry, very, very strict in terms of the regulations that exist at all sorts of levels across the heavy vehicle national law, health and safety standards and employment law as well. So there's a lot of barriers to entry. It also has a very poor safety performance at the moment. Transport, postal and warehousing, I think, is perhaps the most riskiest industry to work in, which is something that's very challenging for us and we're working towards. So quite a number of big high-level things that do make the industry quite difficult to work in long term.
And so based on that, do you see, or what do you see as the advantages or disadvantages of electric vehicles that might make it, more profitable for, or less profitable for that matter?
If I could jump in there with one.
Yep.
Another challenge that we didn't cover off on was a workforce challenge. So there is an exodus of diesel mechanics, for example, diesel fitters leaving the industry, and drivers are very difficult to source as well. Now, HVIA represents suppliers to that industry, not necessarily operators, but we've done a lot of work in my consultancy with bus fleets around electrification, and what we see is drivers prefer electric heavy vehicles. So electric vehicles coming into the truck industry could attract drivers to that career, as well as mechanics, technicians. It's a different skill set that's required. Yep. It's not as, let's call it, dirty for mechanics. Yep. It's a much cleaner workshop, and so that could actually help with attracting workforce as well.
And do we have, I know Volvo do their own internal training. Do we have enough training facilities or to train people, or for both those that are in the industry or those that want to come into it, to be able to work on electric vehicles?
It's still a very nascent part of the ecosystem. We have just seen Canberra Institute of Technology being appointed as a National Centre of Excellence for electric vehicles.
Okay.
In the past, they only did cars, but through this grant, they're now looking at heavy vehicles as well. Okay. We are seeing TAFEs and other training institutes with early stages of programs. Right. But we are still in an infancy phase, and it is great that members such as Volvo are doing that work, but there's a lack of awareness, I think, as well, even around the careers that are involved, and the concept of being a technician as well is a new sort of terminology that the industry is playing with for those electric vehicles. So it is slowly developing, but it is quite slow, and I don't have the numbers on me. We can always get them to you, Chair, if you'd like in the future, but there's some forecasting about the shortage of workers who will be able to service these electric trucks, and there's quite a gap between the future workforce and what's required, especially on some of the trajectories around what's needed for a net zero future.
But my understanding, and you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's already a shortage of skilled truck mechanics.
Yes, that too. That's correct.
Yep. And so, yeah.
Chair, if I can just add to that as well, two of the other advantages that this technology brings to what you characterise as let's call it a high-risk industry, is the reliability of the technology. So for a business owner that's operating vehicles, any downtime is a big impact on their cash flow. So an electric vehicle has an inherently simpler drivetrain. So what we've seen is actually less downtime, even things like brake wear, because you've got this regenerative braking, you don't use your brakes as much, so the truck's not off the road. For a garbage truck, that's something like at least 6 to 10 days a year where you don't have that truck off the road repairing the brakes or replacing brake linings. The other one is more stability in cost. So the diesel price for a diesel truck can go up and down from $1.50 up to $2.50 depending on where you are, and that's hard to manage for a small business, which is a lot of the industry. If you're charging from your depot, you know what your energy cost is going to be for this week, for next week, for next year. It's a lot more stable and it's a lot lower than diesel.
Thank you. David, do you have any questions on this?
Yeah, look, there's a couple of questions I'm interested to hear. You mentioned it being a low-margin industry, and I thought, how could you afford the capex that's 300% higher? There's not a rush into expensive, heavy electric vehicles, I gather. Is that right?
I think part of that is also supply, but there's the low margin barrier makes it quite difficult. The higher cost, I think we've put in our submission, it's 2 to 3 times higher. Volvo mentioned that as well. And then it is also part of it is around those regulatory harmonisation issues that were also mentioned. There's just this sort of pile of barriers that, even if you do want to get the cost, and if there was some incentive in place to help bridge that gap between an ICE vehicle and an electric truck, but then beyond that, if you've also then got to set up your own charging infrastructure at your base, or you have to rely on public charging, which I'm not sure if you've seen, but imagine a car pulling up into some of those bays and then a truck trying to pull up into some of those bays. It's very difficult to manage, and it's just some of those barriers just make it all too hard. So cost is one of the barriers indeed.
Yeah. Well, if it's really critical and your diesel truck has to be serviced for 6 days, we know it takes a long time to charge a Tesla or a big passenger car. I mean, to charge a truck battery must take days, surely.
Not quite that long in a lot of cases, and the charging technology is improving quite quickly. You might have heard about megawatt charging being available soon or shortly in the near future.
Haven't heard.
So that's a new technology in the charging space, which is able to deliver orders of magnitude of power at a much faster rate than the traditional charging capabilities.
What is that? Plugging in right
Yes,
out of the power station or at yours?
I believe it's the componentry that's situated within the charging unit itself. It's just able to supply the current and the voltage and the amperage at a much quicker rate than before. Right. So that reduces our charging time quite dramatically. It
Is
goes
that
from being
a Australian technology, or is that a?
I believe it's a worldwide technology. I believe the Asian market, the European market, the American market, they're all developing various megawatt charging solutions at the moment.
Right. Okay. And how much does it cost? Like if a company, like I've got two very big companies, one with 450 and one with about 60 or so refrigerated trucks, and how much extra, apart from the 300% capital cost for the truck, what about setting up their main depot?
Yep.
And like the range?
Yeah, I think it's largely going to depend on that use case. So that megawatt charging that we're talking about, that's the sort of thing you'd use if you're on the highway, you've got a big battery in the truck, you've got, a half-hour break for the driver, and you need to get energy in there quickly. The reality for a lot of those potentially refrigerated trucks that we're talking about is that they probably sit at the depot overnight. You can use quite slow charging to charge those trucks. Excuse me, the sort of charger that you'd use for a passenger car, because they're sitting there for 8, 10, sometimes 12 hours, and so you don't need very fast charging. The cost of those units themselves, if you're just doing slow charging overnight, it could be a couple of $1,000s. It'll cost more to install, particularly once you're doing 10, 20 trucks. The costs for a high-powered charger range up to potentially $50,000, $100,000, and the megawatt charging will be even more than that. Yeah. The biggest cost will be the infrastructure changes to support that.
But how much would a trucking company, just say, one of the big mega one, Toll or something like that, they'd have to have it at all their stations. How much to set up a charging thing at a new venue?
Well, there's an example which we could probably put you in touch with Team Global Express. They've set up a depot in New South Wales with some arena funding, and they have gone through, I think they're the first to go through this process.
A subsidy to set up the charging.
Indeed.
Yep.
But you're New South Wales based, that's in New South Wales. We'd be happy to put you in touch if you wanted to talk to them about the precise costs involved, because it was quite a big project and
Millions of dollars, in the order of millions of dollars.
I think the example
for an electrification of the depot.
It was in the Nut Road submission, or in our submission potentially, I think. And then there's other smaller fleets. All-Purpose Transport is one here up in Queensland who haven't received any grant funding. They're well on their path to electrifying their fleet. I can't remember the exact number. I can get back to you on that, but let's say it's around 10 trucks, and they've done all of that on their own, so without grant funding.
Right.
So there is a business case for some, and it just depends what the individual drivers are for the organisation.
Can I just go back to that megawatt charging facility that could be available? Earlier on in the hearings, we were told that fast charging actually wears the batteries out faster. If that is so, then it seems to me that you get one benefit on one hand, but it's coming at a real cost. Is that still your understanding, that fast charging will actually cause the battery not to last as long?
Potentially, there is a trade-off between those two characteristics. Battery technology is developing, however, and with changes in different battery chemistry, as we get further down the road, I think we might knock out some of those issues with fast charging. So we'll be able to have the fast charging without suffering the degradation in the lifespan of the battery, or its total sort of capacity over time. But certainly that's where we're at the moment. Yep.
Most batteries are protected by their battery management system. So there's some smarts that sit on top of the battery that control how fast it charges based on the temperature, because that's one of the defining characteristics of that degradation. So most sophisticated battery management systems, particularly of the size that would go on a truck, will limit the damage to the battery from fast charging by just slowing down the charging. This happens on passenger cars all the time. I've got one, I know. You plug it in, the charger might say 250 kilowatts, and you might get that for about 2 minutes, and then it slows down, because the temperature is increasing. The car is controlling that rate to protect the battery. So trucks will have a different system. If you've got a megawatt charger and you're plugging it in, there will be some cooling involved there, but the battery has its protection system that will limit the charging if it needs to. It may not need to.
Yeah. My other question goes to the issue of regulations. We hear all the time about how each jurisdiction has different trucking regulations, and there's no harmonisation. Well, there is some, but there needs to be more of it. To your knowledge, has there been any discussions with respect to any further changes that will be required as a result of more electric vehicles coming onto the market, where state jurisdictions have different rules in place? Is that an issue? Is that emerging as an issue?
It is most definitely an issue, and it's something that we talk to our members in the wider industry quite often about. As it stands at the moment, we've got a bit of a patchwork sort of quilt of different allowances for heavy vehicles and zero-emission heavy vehicles as a broad group, so encompassing hydrogen, hybrid, battery electric as well. And the patchwork looks a little bit different in terms of the axle mass concessions that you get for those vehicles on a state-to-state basis. Some states have given 7.5 tonnes to the steer axle of the heavy vehicle combinations. Some have gone to 8, which is good, but there's still a difference there. And crucially, the level underneath the raw numbers, the conditions that are imposed on the vehicles, which do vary in order for the vehicles to get a permit. However, that's not where the problem ends, because that's only for state roads. So that's only the Queensland Department of Transport and Main Roads, Transport for New South Wales, Vic roads, for example. Yep. Most of the road network in Australia is owned by local councils and local government. And to our knowledge, there hasn't been any local council that has come out at the moment and sought to replicate what the state governments have done. So even though the vehicles that are operating right now have been given road access, they've only been given very defined access areas or specific routes where they can drive on at the increased weights. So it's certainly a roadblock for the industry.
That's interesting. Do you know if the Australian Local Government Association is addressing this issue or having discussions about this issue?
We've had discussions with them and they are thinking about it, but I think the barrier is just the sheer number of local councils, and there was a report recently, I won't misquote it, but it was something along the lines of that some local councils weren't quite aware that they manage certain roads and bridges, and so there's still a bit of knowledge gaps in just somehow the management of the roads. So we've had discussions with them, but we probably need to check in with them again, to be honest, to see where they're at now.
Yeah. My other question goes to all the discussions that I hear almost every day is about the transition to electric vehicles, and people immediately think of just cars. And I sense that there is a focus on cars much more so than there is on trucks and heavier vehicles. And that relates to whether it's roads, whether it's to road rules per se, etc. Is your industry sector finding the same, that perhaps you're being left out of much of the focus on the transition to electric vehicles?
It's a correct observation. We are finding that documents that are written that talk about electric vehicles, I get excited, I open it and I realise it doesn't talk about heavy vehicles. And I think the best example most recently of this was the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Electricity and Water. I may have got that wrong, sorry, I can fix that later. Yep. But they put out a draft operating standards for electric vehicle chargers, which I thought great, yep. And so did other members of the industry and players, and we all put in submissions because the initial standards only included something called larger vehicles, but didn't really specify what a larger vehicle was. And we push to say, at the very least, along freight corridors or along known routes for commercial activities, perhaps the standards should include consideration for drive-through bays for larger vehicles, so that you don't have situations where a truck has to park over car charging bays. Unfortunately, the updated standards did not heed that, and so they still are only really for cars. And so that's something that I think best encapsulates the fact that we were kind of left out of the conversation and the solution ultimately.
Is any overseas country managing this transition for trucks pretty well that you're aware of? Who's doing it the best, if I could?
China.
China.
Yeah.
And what are they doing that makes them better than the others?
Everything. Let's put aside the whole political system.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not. And I agree. Just put that aside. Just
investing in charging infrastructure, bringing out new models more quickly, everything, regulations. It's a combination of regulations, incentives, and basically producing the vehicles within the country. And they've got a pretty big economy of scale. So where we might be a few years behind trying to get, 1,000 buses on the road over 5 years, they've got 100,000 in the last 2 years, right? I don't know what the actual numbers are, but it is in that order, even a few years ago. So trucks is the same thing, and they're not wedded to one particular technology. They're trying everything because they'd like to obviously be proficient in those. So battery swaps, battery charging, hydrogen, all of it.
I think another good example to point to is New Zealand has some interesting initiatives. They've recently announced, and it's agnostic on technology, it is purely about low and zero emission vehicles, an incentive to help cover the gap and the cost. So they've introduced that, which is a helpful thing. The other thing they've done is their North Island has a hydrogen refuelling system, which New Zealand Post actually utilises. So they have made some leaps and bounds where we have not yet. So it's a little closer to home. That is another one I would take a look at as alongside China.
Yeah. In terms of uptake, if you look at how many vehicles are being sold into that market, the US has done a lot, and particularly with the Inflation Reduction Act that they've got and subsequent plans that they put in place. But we're not that far behind them in terms of uptake. I think we nearly hit 1% sales last year on low and zero emission trucks. 1% of the trucks sold were low and zero emission vehicles. The US is maybe 2%. Europe's a bit further ahead, and that's maybe a good example to look to as a market if you're looking. It's a combination of regulations, which are providing concessions for those vehicles, the sort of things that we've talked about. There's incentives in place, not just for the fleets to buy those trucks, but for the truck manufacturers to do research and development, and for the charging infrastructure providers to build the network of chargers that will be required. Then there's a strategic roadmap for which highways they need to focus on for the long haul, how to recharge them, where to put those recharging stations at. And then there's other access restrictions, so they have low emission zones. If you're a diesel truck older than a certain number of years old, you can't operate in this area, or your access fee is 2 or 3 times what it is for a low and zero emission truck. So it's this combination of many different things that actually makes that market more successful in terms of sales.
David, do you have anything else?
I'm just trying to think of the other suggested issues. You've covered a lot of them. Is there anyone, you were here for the Janus people, is there anyone else doing that sort of stuff in this space? Or are they a one-off?
They're very unique in that regard. We have one member, SEA Electric, who are not operating under quite the same model as Janus, where they're a vehicle producer, but they're not a base vehicle manufacturer as such. So they buy vehicle chassis from another manufacturer, from either Europe or Japan, and then they buy them in what's called a semi-knocked down state. So it's not the finished vehicle on the showroom floor, it's like the vehicle with its parts sort of come together. and then they fit their electric motor, electric drive axle, battery management system to basically what's almost a bare vehicle, sort of from scratch. So it's not really a conversion. It's more like
assembly.
An assembly, yeah, exactly.
And is that here in Queensland or is that
In Melbourne, yeah,
Right,
SEA
Melbourne.
Electric are in Melbourne.
SEA?
SEA, yes.
Melbourne. Okay,
And-
we've
and-
been there already.
Until very recently, we also had Hyzon in Melbourne, who were doing
How's Hyzon spelled?
HYZON.
What were they doing?
They were doing the same thing as SEA, but in not battery electric. They were doing electric fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. But it was the same business model. They were doing assembly based on pre-produced vehicles from another manufacturer.
And what's happened to them? They've gone by this.
It was an American-based organisation that unfortunately pulled funding from its Australian and New Zealand operations.
Right.
And to your knowledge, why did they do that? Why did they pull the funding? Obviously, it wasn't giving them a return, but
The IRA?
It's, I think the market wasn't at the same level that they wanted to be productive ultimately. But I need to give the proviso there that I'm not part of the organisation. I'm not privy to the financial discussion of the organisation. But my understanding is they had a very strong order book from local customers. They even had some vehicles deployed locally, but the finances ultimately weren't there.
Right.
and do you folks see electric vehicles as the way of the future? Or, I mean, everyone talks about electric vehicles at the moment, but do you believe that we will achieve the objective of transitioning to electric vehicles or not, based on what you're seeing out there amongst your members' discussions and feedback that you're getting?
I think what we're finding is they are part of the broader solution. If the goal is to reduce emissions, electric trucks certainly have a place and quite a large role to play. Some of the other elements of the industry are going to be much harder to make electric, and so that's why we have members exploring all sorts of options. Even a simple step change like increasing fuel efficiency, buying a newer truck is going to be less emissions heavy.
That's right.
It's going to be just running better and safer. And so we're finding we tend to call ourselves technology agnostic, but we do know that electric trucks have a good case and they are part of the solution. But the technology for, say, one of the road trains, that's a little bit of a different one because there's that massive payload penalty. You heard about the weight of the batteries, and then you might actually have to put more trucks on the road because you've had such a penalty on your payload that it suddenly starts to go, maybe there's an alternative technology. Who knows, in decades' time, the batteries might be so light that it's a moot point, but we certainly see them as part of the broader solution.
Just one final question on that. Are the trucks or the manufacturers of diesel-powered trucks, are they also spending money on making their trucks more efficient, or have they stopped doing that and just decided that maybe it's not the way to go?
It's a good question. Most of the research and development for diesel engine technology has been in emissions reduction in the last 20 years, and it's done amazing things in that regard. When you look at the current level of emissions controls for heavy vehicles, which is Euro 6, which is coming out later this year in our Australian design rule, it's fractions of a % of the emissions of even when we were 10 years ago. It's an unfortunate curse of thermodynamics that we can't really make a diesel engine much more efficient than it already is. It achieves a thermal efficiency of about 30%, a little bit more, but we can't really go much more than that. The next level for development is in all the other ranges of technologies that we've seen, fuel cells, batteries. One of our members is also developing what they call a fuel agnostic engine platform. So it has a base level engine component which then shares other engine components that enables it to run or sort of be specified to run on different fuels. So natural gas, hydrogen, gaseous hydrogen, and liquid diesel. So to offer sort of some more decarbonisation options there for the existing technology.
Thank you. We've actually run out of time, but is there anything else you want to add to anything we've discussed today before we wrap up?
I'll just circle back to one of the comments about the upfront cost,
Yep.
because that is a barrier, particularly in an industry where most of the operators are small and medium-sized businesses. The challenge is to look at that as a total cost of ownership, because battery or electric trucks are one of the only technologies where your savings from operating costs in the fuel
Yep.
can offset that higher upfront cost, because it doesn't happen with hydrogen without massive subsidies. It won't happen with renewable diesel because it's a more expensive fuel, even if it's the same engine, which is why battery electric, I think, in other markets is looked at as the most viable technology. You can actually recover those costs and make a saving as an operator because of that difference, whereas the others don't really have that difference. They'll have to have subsidies ongoing for a long time.
Just on the upfront costs, I struggle to understand why an electric vehicle costs so much more.
Batteries.
Yeah,
it's all batteries.
The battery, I know, and we've got some pricing on the batteries, and that certainly would contribute. But it just seems to me that when I look at the vehicle and I look at the way it's designed and constructed, I don't see where the real difference is, even allowing for the battery. But anyway,
Yep.
so, yeah.
I think you'll see prices change very rapidly over the coming few years, and we've already seen that happening in a couple of truck models.
Yeah.
They're pricing it for how many they can sell effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bespoke and low volume.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the low volume is probably more the answer that I'm.
Yep.
More the justification for the higher price. Yeah.
And sorry, the only other thing I would add to that would be we're talking about technology capability today, and we've already seen Volvo's submission said, 600 kilometres, they've just launched a truck that will do that.
Yep.
The important thing to consider is the technology will improve. In the US, a Tesla Semi, which isn't in mass production yet, it does 750, 800 kilometres on one charge, and there's public trial evidence that it can do 1,700 kilometres in a day with fast charging. That's going to meet most operational requirements as long as you've got charging in those places. So future tech, generation 2 electric trucks will do much better than we're doing today.
Thank you. All right, with that, I once again thank you, and if you've been asked for any additional information, please send it to the Secretariat by the 27th of September, and you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee, and if you feel you need to make any corrections, again, please let the Secretariat know. With that, thank you for your evidence and for appearing before the committee.
Thank you.
I've just been fact-checking. Lunch after this.
Yep. I now welcome a representative of the Queensland University of Technology, Technology and Energy, from the Storage Research Group to give evidence today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Watts, for the purpose of our proceedings, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Absolutely. I'm Associate Professor Joshua Watts. I'm the Director of the Energy Storage Research Group at the Queensland University of Technology.
Thank you. Although the committee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. With that opening statement, you're welcome to make a presentation yourself, a brief presentation, and then we'll move into some questions.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. So I head up the Energy Storage Research Group at QUT, and my background is about 20 or so years in research, development, commercialisation, scale-up of battery materials, mainly battery active materials, but also renewable energy generation materials. At QUT, we've established a vertically integrated supply chain, basically to support industry to build the battery supply chain in Australia, but also to support them to do research and development and innovation across the supply chain, all the way through from refining of chemicals through to value add of refined chemicals into high purity materials and battery active materials. And then we can take those battery active materials and actually fabricate commercially relevant battery cells across a diverse range of technologies. And then we can take those, incorporate battery management systems and do the testing of those systems as well to support deployment. And then we work with a lot of the energy companies and end users of the technology to test and validate the technology for deployment. So across that, we have a very large industry support network of who we work with nationally, with the goal to support industry to get products to market, to commercialise research innovation, and to actually do the fundamental research in Australia, with a big focus on, as I said, building the supply chain so we can actually move downstream and start manufacturing technology in Australia.
Okay, thank you. Just getting onto batteries. Earlier on, we heard that the sodium ion batteries have more energy density, and Dr. Gillespie just showed me some information that suggests that that may not be the case. What's your understanding?
That's compared to a lithium-ion battery.
Yes, a sodium-ion do not have a higher energy density than standard lithium battery chemistries. So they're more analogous to like a lithium ferrophosphate chemistry with LFP chemistry, which has a lower energy density than your nickel-based chemistries or cobalt-based chemistries. And from my understanding as well, it's not quite up to where LFP is, especially manganese-doped or magnesium-doped LFP.
Sorry, could you just give us a quick primer on the basic types of batteries? You've got lithium ion.
Yep.
But it's got nickel. There's nickel metal.
Nickel metal hydride as well. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, not as energy dense. So for mobility applications, EVs, heavy haul trucks, it's absolutely lithium ion. It is the only technology at the moment that's commercially mature enough to be able to do that work.
Right.
So sodium ion is becoming commercially mature. You can actually buy cells at the moment. So and some of the bigger companies and manufacturers in the world are really leaning into manufacturing and getting those to market. But again, the deployment volumes and penetration is still quite low.
Sure. And what about vanadium redox batteries? What are they?
So vanadium batteries are a type of flow battery. And so they're a different type of system that's more conducive to large-scale applications. So the beauty of a flow battery in general is that the energy is stored inside a liquid instead of inside a solid. So with a lithium battery and other intercalation type batteries where the lithium or the ion moves inside of a crystal structure, the liquid batteries, vanadium or iron or zinc bromine, they actually store the charge as a redox couple dissolved in solution. And that allows for the decoupling, especially with vanadium, the decoupling of the capacity from the power. And so that means that if you wanted to increase the duration of the storage, you only need to increase the volume of the liquid tank and put more liquid in it, and you don't actually have to increase the power side. So
sure. And like the Hornsdale big batteries, I gather they were just all massed up, aggregated Tesla batteries.
Yeah, so from my understanding, the Hornsdale battery, Tesla Megapack, I can't remember what generation, but yeah, and so they're 18650 cells, I think, in those ones, which are only about sort of this big and then that round. Yeah, millions of them inside packs.
The big BESSs that are being heavily subsidised, are they these large vanadium ones, or are they going to be more recycled Tesla batteries?
So it's at the moment the main storage technology that's deployed on our electricity grids is lithium. The vast majority of it is lithium. There is some flow batteries starting to be deployed. So here in Queensland, in Bramber, there's a vanadium flow battery being deployed.
Where's that? Sorry.
I think it's Burrenbar, I believe is where it is. And so that's a collaboration with Energy Queensland, Veco, who's a vanadium refiner in Australia, and Sumitomo. So Sumitomo provide a very commercially mature vanadium flow battery solution. So that'll be this is the first one deployed in Australia. So that trial will go a long way to identifying the feasibility and especially the cost of ownership for these systems. And that's where the real trade-off is for adoption and whether they'll get picked up, is what is the cost of ownership to the end user.
Yeah, okay. And for these batteries that are applied to cars, can any of these bigger storage things, like why don't you just put a vanadium battery in a car and just have a bigger tank, and then you wouldn't have the range anxiety?
So the problem with that is that the flow batteries are inherently not very energy dense. So they don't, so they don't lend themselves very well to mobile applications, and there's a trade-off between the weight of the vehicle and the range, and the vanadium any flow battery chemistry just doesn't have that energy density that will get it there.
And can you explain in layman's terms, you know, the in and out of the battery, what is it, the return negativity?
Round trip efficiency.
Varying figures, but the round trip efficiency, putting the energy in uses some of the energy that you're trying to store, and then drawing it out again uses some of the energy that you've got stored, and that you lose 20% on the way in and out. And then if you've got a lithium-ion battery, it doesn't draw down to zero. There's always 20% left in it. So I'm thinking, if they sold me a car the other day with a diesel tank where you put 100 litres in and you only get 60 litres out ever, and you're continually filling up, losing diesel, you would never buy that car. But everyone seems to be happy to buy a car and pay for 100 watts of energy but only get to use 60. Like, it's just...
Yeah.
Have I totally misconstrued it, or is that the real...
There's some nuances there, I guess. In case of the flow batteries, they do inherently have poor round-trip efficiencies, and that's because you've got... Yeah,
what vanadiums do?
All flow batteries, yeah, because you have to power the pumps, and the ancillary services need power as well, and there's efficiency losses through the actual power stack as well.
Yeah.
But this is a big reason as to why flow batteries are really well suited for large applications, non-mobile applications, where you're soaking up excess renewables, so that round trip efficiency loss isn't as big of a deal. So there's certain applications you wouldn't use them for, where your round trip efficiency does matter. Yeah. In the case of lithium batteries, they have quite good round trip efficiencies, you know, up in the 90%. The reason why you might be able to say the battery has like 100% capacity, but you may only use 80%, is for longevity reasons as well. So the voltage range of the battery pack is restricted to a certain point based on the application. And so if the battery needs to last for a longer range type, for a longer life cycle, they'll restrict that voltage range a little bit to be able to get more lifespan out of the battery. And the way technology, especially in the lithium battery space, is going at the moment, there's a lot of materials level innovations happening that will dramatically expand the lifetime of these batteries, and it's already out there. You know, like Jeff Dahn and from Tesla 5-6 years ago invented the 1,000,000-mile battery. You know, and this thing exists. It's just a matter of cost at the moment. So scaling it up and a manufacturing cost to make it economically viable. But there's a huge amount of research focusing on that. Already in China, there's off-the-shelf 1,000-kilometre range EVs that you can buy now. And that's not just a materials innovation, it's also around pack geometry and engineering, where more of the battery pack itself is the actual active material. And that comes down to things like the cell format, so having a square format and less non-electroactive materials, increasing that percentage so you can get more range out of the battery packs.
That's interesting. So firstly, is lithium-ion batteries the way to go into the future, or do you believe there is other alternatives?
I think for the future, in everything, there absolutely is a need for a diverse range of energy storage applications for sure. And this is the way batteries work, and a lot of other technologies is the different chemistries, the different types of technologies have their own sweet spot where they perform really, really well.
Yep.
And so the important part is understanding where that operational range is for that technology and applying it in that domain. And there's a few cases where you may be trying to take a technology and apply it in a domain where it doesn't function very well, and that can have all sorts of negative impacts like reduction in the lifetime, even all the way down to safety issues. So the key is absolutely looking at what the end use is and then tailoring the battery technology that you're using to suit that application. And that will absolutely extend the lifetime of the asset, which is really a critical one, especially for the energy grid, is maximising the life cycle of that of the asset to make sure that the cost of the storage to the end user is is within the tolerable ranges for their investments. So that means in the case for EVs and mobile applications, it really is lithium at the moment. There's not really another technology out there. Sodium ion, as you mentioned, is coming down towards commercial maturity, and there is talk of that being put into EVs overseas in China. I don't believe there's any on the Australian market that have sodium ion cells yet in them, but I think it's probably coming.
So what have they done because if it's lower in the density from a lithium ion to a sodium ion, what have they done that's made it now possible to put into an EV?
So the main thing that's making it commercially viable is the materials science, the materials innovation around how they stabilise the crystal structure of the cathode in particular. Sodium ion, similar to lithium ion 40 years ago, had stability issues where as you're pulling the ion, whether it's sodium or lithium, out of the crystal structure, it causes it to break down because you're pulling out a structural component of the crystal. So there's a lot of clever things you can do at the materials level to improve the structural stability. And in the sodium ion case, there's a lot of research and time and money's been spent on optimising the cathode, but also the anode side to increase the structural stability, so it can now have a long enough life cycle that it can be commercially applied.
Has QUT done any reviews or research on nuclear batteries?
No, that's outside of our scope at the moment. I'm a trained physicist, so I have an understanding of the tech, but we've never actually done any work in that space.
Okay.
I am aware of that nuclear battery that was announced maybe a year or so ago, but they're very low current applications at the moment.
Yeah.
We heard earlier on from one of the witnesses that there's batteries now being made, I think in America, where they would go, was it 2,000 miles? 2,000 miles. Had you heard of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's what I was alluded to before with the million-mile battery concept and what's happening in China at the moment with innovations at the pack level. Yeah. There's a huge amount of improvements you can do at the materials level to improve the stability of the battery, so making sure it doesn't break down over time. And that's things like single crystal technology at the cathode level, but that requires a lot of extra energy input to get the crystal structure to the state where it will last longer. And so there's a trade-off there for commercial applicability.
They were quoting like 2,000 mile range to drive the vehicle on the sodium ion battery.
Sodium ion. Okay, I haven't heard of that kind of range with sodium.
Yeah, okay.
The guy on that side, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't come across that range with sodium because sodium inherently does have a lower capacity.
Yeah.
And so it's, from what I've seen from market studies, is that it has a potential application inside low range vehicles, so sort of run around type low range applications. But again, there's a lot of innovation going into pack design now where you're maximising the electroactive component in the battery and minimising the wasted space and also componentry that adds weight but doesn't store energy, which is dramatically increasing the capacity of the battery packs themselves. So sodium ion through that will also creep up as well, but from my understanding of the technology as it stands, it's nowhere near as energy dense as your nickel, manganese, cobalt or nickel, cobalt, alumina chemistries, lithium cobalt oxide as well. It can approach the capacities of lithium ferrophosphate materials, but it's still not as good as some of the doped lithium ferrophosphate materials.
Okay. Now, in your submission, you talk about a chassis electrification innovation hub. Could you, for the benefit of the committee and anyone listening, can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, in Australia, we have a really good opportunity right now to move downstream and start value adding to some of our critical minerals. The minerals that are required for batteries and renewable technologies, we have the vast majority of in Australia. You know, over 50% of lithium, over 50% of the cobalt. Like, we just have a vast amount of those critical mineral resources. So there's a really good opportunity for us to start moving downstream, because the value add to those minerals is massive if you're selling into global markets, and the demand for these cathode active materials is starting to rise as well. Australia's has a very unique situation where we are in close proximity to the critical minerals, and so we have enhanced security of supply in that aspect, where if we do vertically integrate and start moving into these commodities, our partners globally would see us as an attractive supplier of these value-added products. So in doing that, then there's opportunities as well for us to move further downstream. But we have to be quite careful where we do invest and where we move downstream to make sure that it's economically feasible, that we're not trying to compete in areas where, and I think someone earlier was talking about in the trucking industry, it's true for the battery industry especially, that in some of those larger demand applications, large volume cells, the profit margins are razor thin. So it's very, very difficult for us to move downstream into manufacturing of certain cell types. But what we can focus on is moving downstream into applications that we have demand for, where we actually have local uptake. And that's things like long-haul trucks, mining electrification is a big one, space defence, high performance applications, low volume, high performance. So something that we actually have a need for in Australia and have a lot of is caravans and a large trucking industry. And so there's an opportunity there for us to be able to move downstream and actually start developing improved chassis or improved systems to incorporate the battery packs for those types of applications. So it's looking forward as to what our demand is and forecasting that and seeing that there's a value add opportunity for us to move downstream in that area, but also even supply some of that innovation and design as an export as well.
Right. You mentioned cathode active materials. That's the lithium, the magnesium, or which is which?
So a cathode active material generally just speaks to something that stores energy on the positive side.
Yeah.
And so that can be so many different things. In the lithium space, there's literally probably hundreds, if not thousands, of different analogues, depending on the amount of nickel or the amount of lithium or the amount of manganese that could go into it. And all of these different chemistries have different properties. And this is sort of what I was alluding to before about making sure we're tailoring the battery for the application. And people absolutely do that. So your LFP technology, for instance, it's not as energy dense, but it lasts longer and can handle more current. And then you've got things like lithium titanates, again, not as energy dense, very safe because they've got a very high thermal decomposition temperature, but more expensive because the production volumes aren't as high. Nickel manganese cobalt technology and nickel cobalt aluminas, again, more expensive to a degree because of the nickel and the cobalt in them, but not as stable. They can't handle as high currents. They can't, they're not as, and less, a different type of safety concern with those is they get very hot very quickly in a thermal runaway situation, so they're prone to fire. Whereas LFP chemistries, not so much prone to...
LFP is lithium fluoride?
Iron, so lithium ferrophosphate.
Oh, ferro.
So lithium iron phosphate, yeah. And so again, across that, and I've only mentioned a couple there, there's so many other ones, you know, lithium manganese oxides and lithium cobalt oxides that might be used in your phones and smaller applications. So there's just this widespread, when you say lithium, you're talking across a massive spread of different types of technologies and cathode, anode combinations to fit the end application, so what the end use is.
Right. And the battery energy storage systems that are proposed as the sort of the saviour of the transition, isn't that just sort of useful in minutes to an hour or so, rather than something that could replace 24-hour electricity or help with a black start of say a wind turbine?
Absolutely. This is what I was talking to, I guess, about the different technologies for using them in the right application. So lithium batteries can do long duration applications. You just need to double them up every time, basically. So, and that's the beauty of the flow battery versus a lithium battery, is that if you want to double the capacity or energy long duration of a lithium battery, you need to double the amount of cells. And that can be expensive. So if you're going from a 1 hour battery to a 2 hour battery to a 4 hour battery, the cost, it's quite expensive.
Yep.
Whereas a flow battery, you are only increasing the volume of the tank and the liquids, so it scales better for long duration applications. So that's why there's a push to use flow batteries for grid renewables integration into electricity grids. There's other technologies out there as well that are commercially mature, 20 years commercially mature, that are what we call molten metal batteries. So the main one the only one actually that's commercially mature on the market is a technology called NAS, which is sodium sulfur battery. Yeah. And they are a proven commercially mature long duration energy storage technology. So the minimum size of one of those batteries is a 20-foot container. That's the smallest they get. And it's a 6-hour battery. It can't actually go lower than that. And again, that's just a result of the technology, the molten metal type technology that's used. But these batteries don't have a massive uptake in Australia. QUT, we've deployed the first in Australia a couple of years ago at a mine site, IGO's mine site in WA. That's been sitting on their grid testing for 2 years, and it just works. It's beautiful. We haven't seen that large uptake yet past that because the market hasn't quite shifted into that long duration yet. But as we start winding down carbon intensive generation sources, we're going to need more and more baseload long duration storage on the grid if we're going to use renewables in the future. So those types of batteries will very likely see more uptake in Australia and globally as well. They're already deployed globally in Korea and Europe and Japan. That they are. So they're
households or for?
No, mainly for hydrogen generation is a big one that they use them for. So combining with renewables to store and generate hydrogen to support electrolyzers, because electrolyzers need to run consistently just based on the technology. They need to be up. It can be detrimental to the catalyst if they're turned off. So they're used to keep them constantly running for long duration power applications. But we'll see them more deployed around the globe as everybody starts to decarbonise and needs baseload power replacement.
Okay. I don't know that you do work with industry as well, do you not?
That's the main focus of our research group is supporting industry. Yeah.
In the development of the batteries and so on.
The whole supply chain, yes. So we focus on actually refining the critical minerals, and then we focus on taking those refined high purity chemicals and converting them into the commodities, the active materials, and then we can take those active materials, manufacture the batteries at commercially representative scales, and a big part of that whole process is supporting and enabling industry to enter the supply chain. So helping them do the validation piece with the end user, with the manufacturer, where the commodity might be going to, so they can enter the supply chain.
Yeah, sure. For us to refine and purify all these rare earths, it's going to take a lot of energy. Everything costs energy. And what's the plan for that? Are we going to use diesel in these remote sites? We put all this money into Linus to do some refining of part of our lithium. But what other things do we need? Do we need and we've put money into aluminium, high purity HPA aluminium. So what else do we need to put money into to get it up and running in Australia for then us to be able to make stuff?
Yeah.
As in batteries.
Yeah, that's a very large, broad question. I suppose what I could talk to is integrating the renewables, the batteries, and the renewable energy generation into that process to support offsetting those energy costs. It will help absolutely the ESG of those mineral of the refining process, but also eventually reduce costs. So depending on where the manufacturing is happening and the surrounding grid infrastructure, and whether it's sort of off grid in microgrid situations or grid connected, it varies, I guess, of what is needed. But with renewables and being clever, I guess, about how we use batteries and the battery technology, as well as power conversion, is a really important part at the moment. At the moment, we mainly use like an AC conversion system, and all of the renewable technologies, whether it's batteries, hydrogen, solar, they all have DC power. And so there's an opportunity for us there to actually, at the local level, do DC connected systems which can increase efficiencies and reduce costs of energy, and then integrate that into the manufacturing. So a good example of that is here in Brisbane at Redlands, as part of the Queensland Energy Storage Technology Hub project, Quest Hub, which is funded by the state government. We're deploying one of those NAS batteries, that's the second one ever in Australia, out to Lava Blue's critical minerals refinery, and they're a HPA producer. And so they've already got 200 kilowatts of solar on the roof there that's grid connected. We're dropping in one of these NAS batteries, which is a 1.45 megawatt hour battery, 250 kilowatt power rating, that will be able to store that excess solar they're not using during the day, and then use it to feed into the plant at night to reduce the energy costs for the refining.
So they can pump out 250 kilowatts per hour, and they've got one in, how much you say,
1.45 megawatt hours, yeah. So that's exactly right.
So 6 hours, yeah.
It's exactly right, 6-hour battery, yep.
Right, okay.
And you can scale them up, put them in parallel to increase the duration.
Yeah, and how much current do you get out of that?
It's a really good question. I have to do the maths. But yeah, it is
like 32 amps or
more than that. Yeah, more than that. Yeah, a couple of hundred amps, I think. If I go
so you
through.
could run houses on it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's overkill for a house. To be honest, you'd never have it on one house. It could be maybe used for a grid community battery, and absolutely used for large scale grid applications. But it's not the type of battery you'd have someone might put at their house, because it's a 20-foot container as well. Yeah. But as a community battery, absolutely, potentially, yeah.
Dr. Watts, I don't have any other questions, but thank you very much for appearing before the committee. If there's anything further that you want to add that we haven't covered, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you. I might add that there's a bit of work that still needs to be done in Australia to support the deployment of everything from EVs through to grid-scale batteries around standards development, and also in public awareness, I think, because there's a bit of a I guess a misconception at the moment that things like EVs and other things in the public domain anyway, that they can be unsafe or are unsafe, and it's just not the case. EVs, for instance, are ultra safe. I think we've only ever had 6 EV fires in Australia, and they were all caused by external influences, right? So, but the problem we have in Australia, I guess, and globally, is that I think e-mobility devices like scooters and other those kinds of things, they don't have the amount of regulation and overlay on them that to maintain and make sure they're safe. And so that's the issue that we're facing at the moment, and we need to, I guess, address that and fix that problem to support adoption of these technologies. But on top of that, there's, as we just spoke about, there's all these new and emerging technologies coming down the line for energy storage, and billions of dollars being spent globally. And as part of that, there is all these new and emerging technologies coming out, alternate lithium types, sodium ion, there's all sorts of other different chemistries. And the safety considerations for those aren't even close to being understood. Like even lithium batteries, there's still gaps in our knowledge, in best practice for emergency response and things like that. So Australia really needs to lean into and make sure we have sovereign capability to be able to do the testing of these devices, whether it's scooter batteries all the way through to large batteries. Again, speaking to where we have opportunities downstream and local demand, it's absolutely in mining electrification and long-haul trucks, that kind of stuff. In mining electrification, there's this positive feedback loop where the world needs more and more of these minerals to support the energy transition, but they need to decarbonise and electrify as well. And we have a huge amount of mining operations, so there's a really good opportunity for us to then supply the technologies and move downstream to get those adopted and take as much advantage as we can for our own sovereign wealth in working downstream and doing that, but also for our energy security. It's critical that we start doing some of this domestically, because if we're moving towards net zero, at the moment we rely on almost all imports. We import everything at the moment that's required for our renewable energy infrastructure. That's not a very secure place for us to be if we're going towards net zero, because if we're relying on imports to keep the lights on, if there's supply chain disruptions, COVID showed us that. So I think it's really, really important that we start making some of the critical things here in Australia that we need, not just for the pure economic advantage that we can get from it, but just from that energy security point of view. And to enable that, we really need to be able to test and prove prove the safety, but prove the performance, to support the businesses getting their products to market, and to support those really stringent safety considerations that the mining and defence industries need to deploy the products.
Thank you. Well, once again, thank you very much for appearing before the committee and for the evidence you've provided us with. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee, and if you feel you need to make some changes, please let the Secretariat know. Likewise, if you feel there's anything you want to add or there's any questions that we've asked where you want to provide additional information, if you could do that by the 27th of September, that would be appreciated. With that, once again, thank you very much, Dr. Watts, for appearing before the committee and for your submission.
Thank you very much.
Great.
That ends the hearing for today. So for all those present and who participated, thank you very much. I declare this hearing closed.